This keynote address is a Professor R.K. Joshi Memorial Lecture. He's a Grand Master calligrapher, typographer, internationally known. So we dedicate this to him. The title of the talk by our first keynote speaker, Thomas Milo, is Civilization in Transition, How an Old Text Trailblazes Innovation from Analog to Digital. The fail rate of Arabic support in the computer industry is very high. Against these odds, putting the Quran on the web is a document with zero tolerance for error. It is no ordinary challenge. In short, computer typography and web publishing had to be reinvented. Now, Thomas Milo from Decotype is a linguist and computer typography pioneer specialized in writing systems and Arabic scripted typography from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. He published many articles on the structure and history of Arabic script, notably on the scientific analysis of classical Arabic script, which led to the introduction of the concept of script grammar. Thomas has many distinctions. The Nobel Peace Prize from 1988 for participating in an armed UN peacekeeping operation. Also, the Unicode Bulldog Award from 2000 for fundamental contributions to digital text encoding. Dr. Peter Krakow Award in 2003 for exceptional and innovative contributions to the development of digital type and typography-related technology. Major series of publications are produced with Decotype. For example, the Library of Arabic Literature by the New York University Press and Arabic text of the famous Dutch Royal Brill Academy publishers. At the behest of the government of Amman, Decotype created the first digital Quran as an interactive typographical artwork. And Thomas will be explaining to you about that. Please welcome Thomas Milo to the stage.
I would like to start with a quick impression of the website that resulted from the invitation to put the Quran on the internet. If you search with the word mushaf, muscat, in Arabic letters or in English, you will find the URL. If you click anywhere, so it's like a desert landscape with hidden gold. If you click anywhere, it opens the so-called Fatiha pages, which is originally the word for opening a book. Today it's understood as the opening prayer. But books were always, the first opening pages had this extra oomph. If I click on the ornament, I get a larger view, and if I click in the white, I get an interactive view. And the interactive view is interesting because it brings up a menu that shows the lateral variations that traditionally were possible within an Arabic script, but here organized almost like a spreadsheet. Here, the first column here, reading in the Arabic direction, has the default form, the actual form in the text, and an empty box. The empty box means return control to the paragraph formatter to select the best form for that word in this context. The task of the paragraph formatter is to make sure that the whole chunk of text squares out correctly. Now, if I want to change this, for instance, select the default form, the whole menu is dynamically rebuilt from there, and you get all the options for elongation. If I select an elongation, I get dynamically the elongation included in a series of alternative constructions of the land mean. If I select a land mean in a different construction, that is ported into the new dynamically generated menu for the rotation of double dots, and then the adding of an optional addition of a miniature copy of those Arabic letters that have no dots. For instance, the ayn in this word, al-alamain, if I choose it, it will be ported to this one, and finally I can pick up a degree of elongation of the final letter. What's the point? Well, if I double click, it is actually implemented in the text. And in a subtle way, everything in the text has been recalculated to accommodate for the new size. So this is word shaping, in the background is text shaping that uses the same kind of logic. So I think this is in a nutshell all I wanted to show of this. Now, the itinerary that brought me there. First, I entered the field of Arabic script from the side. I was a student of Slavic languages. I discovered that in Russian there was an enormous amount of study in the field of Turkic populations and languages. And as you know, Turkic languages are written traditionally with Arabic script. And I had also to study Arabic. So for me, Arabic was a bycatch. And when I had to study Arabic, I also had to study to learn how to write it properly. And there existed and exists only one book that describes it in fine detail. It's by a British scholar called Mitchell. And I realized that actually everything in this book was improvised. The Latin letters were done with a modified typewriter, and the Arabic was all handwritten. This was in the 1950s. So there was, in spite of this huge tradition of typography, there was nothing for this quality. Then, in the field of Turkish itself, Turkish had, in 1928, converted from Arabic script to Latin script. But in the 1960s, they still had dictionaries that kept the image, the original image, next to the new image. And as a result, you had a way of looking up an Arabic image that belonged to the new spelling. Handwritten in the Roca style. Later, I got into working on Urdu, and here's a newspaper word count, and I'm deliberately inserting allusions to the Indian subcontinent because, of course, the Arabic script expands into that area. Here you see again the same recipe. The Latin is done with a modified typewriter and occasionally even manually jotted in diacritics. And the Arabic is all, the Arabic script that renders Urdu is all handwritten. McGill University, 1968. The main Arabic dictionary, when I started to study Arabic, had all the Arabic handwritten. It was a killer task. It took two calligraphers. One of them died midway, and the hand changes halfway the second volume. Then this book, Ruh al-Khat al-Arabi, famous book, typeset. But the typesetting looks rather domesticated, but boring when you have on your retina the image of real Arabic. And clearly the editors had the same idea, and the blurb was done in a very nice roca, much more interesting. At least that's how I saw it. 1983. And then when the Dutch, I was with the Dutch, Dutch battalion. I was with the Dutch infantry battalion in South Lebanon. It was suddenly pulled out, and they made a donation to the local population in the form of an enormous container full of educational books. I kept one myself because I was struck by the fact that it had been completely handwritten. Dar al-Kitab al-Lubnani. And where I came from, Slavic studies, even Old Slavic, 8th century Old Bulgarian, had already a script technology, script modules for the Selectric typewriter, according to the latest technology. So I saw this idiotic situation where a script that was only of interest for a handful of people had the best technical coverage, whereas another script that was used for billions of people had no technology at all. So that is where I also saw that what conventional typography had to offer was not very interesting. Eventually, we went an itinerary, and I'll spare you the whole route, that led to a stand-alone result. Inside Adobe InDesign, we created a plugin. It worked on 2 operating systems, and it still works on the Windows and on the Apple operating system. And to show you what it can do, I give you this image that was spotted in the center of Cairo. They have removed it now, but it advertises various herbs, and it's all written in Nastali, known as Farsi script in the Arab world. But actually, this flavor of Nastali is much more like Indian Nastali than like Persian Nastali. And you see, one of its characteristics is that the spacing between the words is slanted. It's a way of describing something that cannot be done with conventional European typography. So this is the same text in InDesign with our plugin, the DecoType Tasmim plugin. And just to show you what the problem is, modern, I just compared it with what OpenType Nastali designs produce in the same environment, just a font change. Inside InDesign produces one disaster after another. Now, when I was introduced, my blurb was a bit censored. I said, actually, that the fail rate of Arabic technology is so high that if it were used to control an aircraft, there would be no survivors. And you see, none of them actually produce something, and I will have more examples of this. So I return to, I'm sure some of you even recognize these names, so I return to our results. That's the DecoType Nastali. And the challenge that I saw summarized with this image is, how can you create a technology that makes this possible instead of how to redesign Arabic so that it fits on technology that was not actually made to deal with Arabic. It is a complete reversal of the thrust. Now, in the process, we also elaborated the fact that there is an enormous, a very strong and interesting dynamic inside Arabic words, illustrated with the elongation. Here I place an elongation. You see on the right is a whole list of possible elongations. So I'll quickly run you through it. They keep changing the whole construction of the word. And to my knowledge, there is no technology that can get anywhere near handling this. Now, the next thing is you want to escalate this kind of work and make it available on the internet. Now, what does the internet do? And I think this is a fine example. This is the Voice of America website that addresses one of the most critical areas in the Middle East in Urdu, they think. Because the Urdu that they bring on screen, that appears on the receiving end, is completely dysfunctional. It has disconnected letters everywhere. And it ignores the fact that Urdu is written in a completely different style. So here you see it in close up, and you see the context of where this was taken. This is a newspaper website, the same web page, seen from different operating systems, different browsers, and each time they get a different result, and often a completely failed result. And again, I repeat, this is why you could say confidently that if this quality of technology would be used to control an aircraft, there would be no survivors. Now, also, if you use this quality of technology to put the Quran on the internet, I'm not going to say that there would be no survivors, but it's a critical document. There is no tolerance for error. So when we had our draft design, where we wanted to put an authentic impression or reconstruction of old Quranic Arabic for the surah headers, which is in gold here, and a computer model of the average Ottoman Nasr for the body text, The present state of digital typography is unstable, it's platform dependent, and it's incomplete. The Unicode character set doesn't even have a definition for everything you need to convey the text. And as a result, on your average Apple, it would have looked like this, and on your average Windows machine, it would look like that. And none of them are acceptable. So, this is this final screen. This is actually taken from a news broadcast, a parody on the Khashoggi affair, where they thought to be clever and put a pseudo-Arabic news flash. This is Akhbar Ajila, for those who understand what happened. So it's really a matter of reinventing typography. You cannot do this on the reason for this disaster is that the typographical technology is inside the operating system. Operating systems are owned by private companies. They're either Apple or Unix or Microsoft, and they are not. They do not react to the actual designs that are broadcast from websites. Now, I just gave you a quick impression of the website that I made. Now I'm doing it slightly more elaborate. This is the URL, muscat.om for Oman. I'll bring it up again in case you want to photograph it. The user interface. We use the Astrolab. I think I can show that also in a live image. If it's reacting, no, I'm not going to waste your time. You can bring that up yourself. The Astrolab consists of the surah, the chapter headers, the 114 chapter headers of the Quran. And if you click on one, it rotates to the 9 o'clock position and it drops a list of verses. And if you click on any of the verse numbers, then the book goes to that position and it will show the selected highlight verse in a counter color. So then you have ikhtiyar al-ajza, selection of moving by memorization sections. There are 30 of them, as you probably know, each of them representing a day of the month of Ramadan, and each line, between each line you have the content. So you can move fast through the book like that. Then you have page numbers, of course, not very difficult to understand. Arabic search, which presently we have disabled. It is a maintenance operation. And we have Surah Ayah. You simply type the number and then it will again position you there. Something else is an innovation that you cannot do with normal typography. The text of the Quran consists of not just of horizontal logic, but also of vertical logic. So, for instance, there are signs that actually modify the original rasm or skeleton text. They interpret the text. And in old Qurans, the interpretations can differ. There can be different sets of dots above, below the same letter. So you can have yaqul and naqul in different colors on the same word to indicate that some people think it means he says, and other people think it means we say. And this is indicated in colors. The vowels get different colors, and the remaining punctuation marks also get different colors. Particularly the separate coloring of the dots on an Arabic letter is impossible with the present approach to Arabic typography. But it's critical in a way in Arabic text. Then you have the alamat al-ihmal, the little signs that are associated with the absence of dots. And then printed editions today always have numbers following the verse, but the classical ones, the manuscripts, have no such numbers. And there's a small button, if you press it, the numbers turn into batala, or little flowers. There are three view modes. There's the website view mode, this is the ebook view mode, and there is the interactive or editing view mode. And this is the view mode where I show that you can select a word. Again, you can still change the batala or the number into batala and back to toggles. But this is where the word shaping comes in. and I'll elaborate the word shaping a bit. There's the control column, there's the elongation column, the variation column, the vertical points column, the miniature copy column, and the swatch column. And whenever you click on a word, the control column will give a copy of the one in the shape that you happen to hit, and then from there, all the possibilities are presented in a dynamic menu. And that is in Arabic called tasmim al-harf, word shaping. And then, if you move to the default form, then you get a completely new menu, check velocity. If you move through that, and you saw me do that in real life, you get a menu that reacts dynamically to your choices. The reason for this construction is that you can actually have thousands of possibilities for the same word. And it's impossible to present these in one single menu, so it has to be dynamic. So these are completely new challenges that are not supported by a standard operating system-based computer typography, which is one of the reasons why we had to put it on the browser. Now, there is finally the control column has an empty box, and if you hit the empty box, it allows the server on the cloud to recalculate the page. To summarize the strategy, if you look at web publishing as a triangle or a pyramid, the base of the pyramid is the sum of all the devices that look at the website, which is the top of the pyramid. And at this moment, the base of the pyramid contains all these different configurations of operating system and font collections, font drivers that make it completely accidental what you see. Whereas if you move the control of that aspect to the top, you have complete stability of what you display. And if you do that with Unicode, you also have complete stability of the actual information. Here is another generic control to introduce in one move the letters that exist without dots to give them these little miniatures. And you see the footprint of a word completely changes if you add or remove something. So again, that leads to a dynamic recalculation of the whole text. Then a last thing, modern Arabs are not aware of the original orthography of Arabic. So we added a small function that nobody can read unless you can read Paleo-Arabic. This actually means tanqid, place dots. If you press it, it places dots, and you can read it as tanqid. And actually, the surah headers will get these dots. Now, this kind of dot was only used very late in the Islamic tradition, and the original scribes, when they placed dots, there were little imprints of the nib, and usually stacked on top of each other. And we also give that as an option. That's the pointing of the Raster script. And everything you do, you can actually save into a small XML file that preserves your modifications of the base website. You can pick it up and email it to somewhere else, your printer, who can load that XML file, and then it will reform it in your config or redesign of the book. And then if you press P, each page will turn into a PDF according to the information. Then another aspect, I deliberately took a paragraph that exposes the flaws of the present industrial state of Arabic, to show you that you can, by mouse over, you can see the word react, the text react in color. If you click, you have selected it. So if you do that over a word with one click, you select only a group of connected letters. If you do that with two clicks, you select, so this is one click, I only have one part of the word. If I do two clicks, I get, this is, by the way, the other half of the word. And since the unit of shaping is a group of connected letters, it also brings up this menu of choice. But if you click on a whole word, then you have actually, in this case, so much information that it cannot be used for word shaping. but it can be used for selecting, and if you paste the information into another environment, you get the same Unicodes, and in passing it exposes the complete failure of Arabic technology. The word collapses. But the information is there, but the rendering technology, the built-in computer typography is not able to handle this quality of Arabic. A triple click selects the whole verse, and I do that to show you this particular word. In the exhibition of that you have here, the first two images are Quranic images. The second one shows a Quran text in real handwriting that starts with the word Amman. And the long A starts with a little alif in front of a little hamza in front of an alif. That's here the same case. The word akhir, final, has a little hamza followed by an alif. If you put a lam in front of that, the lam formats with the alif into the lam alif, but where goes the hamza? It is pushed in between. This is a so-called amphibious character. The industry doesn't know about it, and the word falls apart. It breaks open. There is another word next to it that has similar problems. Liyesu'u. There were two letters missing in the original Qurans. They have been inserted later in places that need extra space, and the industry has no way to handle these things. So I quickly show a couple of very frequently used and ostensibly professional typefaces for Arabic that cannot handle these words. Apart from the fact that they don't know to put the number in the ring, with one exception, an Egyptian project that is very similar to the Amiri font that we developed. So this is also a way of exposing some of the weak points of the state of the art and why we cannot deal with that. So that's a functional overview. Now, another thing, if you deal with a cultural icon like the Quran, you have to be very, very serious about it. So we invited Lara Koptan, a Lebanese designer, to help us to get this straight. And she extracted from all her impressions of Oman, and not Amman, a color palette from the dress code, the architecture, and the color palette is from where we build everything in the wraparound. The font colors, the ornamentation, and then there are also ornamental patterns based on flowers, which is as such also a classical Islamic approach to art, but we try to avoid repeating the similar Qurans that appear everywhere. We thought Islam is also a dynamic civilization. There should be placed a room for innovation. And in this context, also we came with this navigation tool. The Osterlab or compass is the symbol of Oman as the maritime face of the Arab nation. Then the body text is based on an analysis of the prolific Nasri style. And in order to narrow the research, we only took Qurans, but this script is used for everything. But by taking Qurans, you have a way to compare the text and to move forward in analysis. We did something similar with the script for the headlines. We worked with very early manuscripts, but a limited selection on specific criteria. And for the surface messages, like the running headers, oh, by the way, this is the result that we got. We made a computer model of the metal type that was used for the 1924 Cairo Quran, which we dubbed the Amiri typeface. And 10 years later, an Egyptian designer did the same and gave it the same name, which I think is not really correct. But anyway, so here you see it in use as a running header. Now, the thing that triggered the Minister of Religious Affairs of Oman to commission us with this job is the dynamism of the script, which I now call script grammar. So we took as an inspiration and as research corpus 5 centuries of Ottoman Nasr, and the books, the Qurans produced with them are all the same, and at the same time everyone is different. There's not one identity. Now, I have to make a small diversion because basic shaping of Arabic is taught today as very complex because there is an unconnected form, there's an initial, a middle, and a final form. And I'm arguing that is only half the story, and that's how a font like the Shahrazad font by the Summer Institute for Linguistics approaches it. But every typographic font traditionally knows that there is much more going on, and this is how we did it. And let me show you on the basis of the letter B, which stands for the generic denticle. Another excursion. There's something with the human mind. If you look at the Roman numbers or military ranks, 1 little star is a second lieutenant. 2 stars is a first lieutenant. 3 of them is a captain. And 1, 2, 3 in Roman numbers. But there is no major with 4 stars. And there's the number 4 in Latin was used briefly and then was changed. There is definitely no lieutenant colonel, there's no colonel, there's no brigadier general, there is no major general, there's no lieutenant general, there's no full star, full general with these markers on his shoulder because no human brain can read this. So what happens is this. This is taken from the Dutch army, but every army in the world has basically the same principle. And Roman numbers also develops a strategy to avoid the repetition of an identical shape of more than 3 times. Because if it's more than 3, your mind can no longer with certainty return an exact number. In other words, we cannot read barcodes. Now, why is this relevant for Arabic? Because Arabic heavily depends on the repetitive use of the denticle. So there are words with 1 denticle, with 2 denticles. If there are 2 denticles, the first one is lowered. The bottom font doesn't know that. If there are 3 denticles, you have to interfere immediately because there is a letter with 3 denticles, it's the scene, and you have to interfere to make sure that you cannot confuse them. If there are 4 denticles, a new phenomenon appears, it's the double denticle group. You can find this everywhere in ASCII script, nobody knows about it, and it was not adapted by metal type because it would double the number of sorts that you need to typeset with metal. Well, this is 5 denticles. The way to avoid the repetition and to make it legible is to stretch or to elongate a denticle. And to elongate it vertically, but as few as possible. So to have 2 elongated ones where you can do with 1 is wrong. And this typesetting actually made a mistake. And then between 2 non-denticles, the 2 denticles always take this unique double denticle shape, which is not observed in metal typography and not known in modern typography. So I'm proceeding to 7 denticles and 8 denticles, which would raise the question, who needs a repetition of 8 denticles? Well, in a separate excursion that I spare you, we developed search algorithms that can find these words very easily on the internet, and there it is. For instance, betaine. Of course, the denticles carry the dots, but in a modern typeface, it would look like this, because it's designed without an awareness of this traditional mechanism. And this is not extended shaping, this is basic shaping. Extended shaping is literally, for instance, extending one of the letters with what is now known as a kashida. It's the Persian word for med. Interestingly, depending on where you stretch, you can push around the vertical stretch. And this is also completely unknown, but we had to build an algorithm that can deal with this correctly. Otherwise, you do not get realistic Arabic images. You see, I'm elongating, and by elongating, I'm pushing around a vertical denticle. So how can I be so sure? Well, this is why we use the Quran. First, you identify a passage in the Quran that has a high concentration of denticles. And if you go to chapter 40, verse 11, you have a high concentration of them. And here is a clip from a real manuscript, and here is another manuscript. And if you look at them, they are incredibly similar. It is hard to find the differences, but they are there. Here they use the elongate final letter mechanism that I showed in the interface. And here they change the shape of the letter. Here they used change the shape of the letter. And here they used elongate a letter group. But what I'm really interested in is this one. There are 4 denticles in a row where the last denticle is elongated. And our mechanism correctly reproduces it. But in the other manuscript, there is no elongated denticle. And you see exactly what we had extracted from comparing all these manuscripts. The raised position is pushed around by the horizontal stretching in a real manuscript. So this is how you build script grammar. Now the finest and concluding example of this subject is if you find from the same calligrapher, in this case Kayyish Zada Hafiz Osman, the son of Kayyish Hafiz Osman, who happened to be a pupil of the calligrapher in the Ottoman Empire, Mustafa İzzet Efendi, whose hand became the model of practically all later metal typesetting. And Onur Yasser will elaborate on that later today. So this man was a very well-trained calligrapher. He spent his life copying the Quran. 2 of them have been published in facsimile, and I compared 2 Qurans, 1 page, that I consider a minimal pair. Everything is the same. It's the same calligraphic style. It's Nasqi. It's the same text. It's 1 verse of the Quran. The lines break at exactly the same position in every line. What else? Everything is the same. It's done by the same calligrapher, as I said, but still, he had to find ways to adjust for the different line length. And now you see that he uses exactly these little tricks in the script, the lateral variation, to adjust to the available space. And he does that all over the page. So, as a reaction to these observations, we created an algorithm that essentially does this. So, you see here the same letter group. It is the word Jahannam, hell, without the dots, because the dots are not relevant. I just want to show you hell. What's happening is that they're presented in this table on the right in increasing width. So gradually, from a narrow hell, you're going to a broad hell. And you can imagine the typographical function of this technology, that you can go through these choices to adjust the text. So in this case, it generates some 47 possible ways of doing this work. Which raises the next question: why do you want us to show so much hell? Well, here it is in a natural environment, Jahannam, in one of its many shapes, and we were able to navigate to a position in our system that corresponds with this choice. Here's the same passage in another manuscript, where we had to navigate in a different way to get there. And here again another manuscript, again a different choice for the same word. So, within the same calligraphic style, the same tradition, this lateral variation is a very living thing. So, all in all, I found a series of variations. And then, one day on eBay, I saw something, vague as it is, that I recognized as typically the corpus that I had been investigating. And if you close up, it's crisper, and I noticed this one, that I'd never seen this particular formation of that letter group. But I was able to find that by going through the menu in the right way. In other words, and this, I think, is a very robust way of proving that this script grammar is not just a description of the system, it is generative and it creates correct matching shapes. And actually, I cheated because there was a doublet in the previous section, and now I have really 6 different ways of doing the same thing. So that is an aspect of typeface design. Now, we use this in the general context of typographic design. First, of course, if you deal with the Quran, you want to have the same proportions as the classic ones. We took as an inspiration another Hafiz Usman, 17th century, the father of modern Ottoman Nasr calligraphy. And we dealt with the fact that the size of the verses in the Quran can be extremely different. One verse actually is so big that it fills a whole page. And since in the standard format today, you have to end with the number attributed to the preceding text, this one determines the whole proportion of the Quran, how many pages and how much text on a page. And this is actually the sample text that I used to illustrate this contrastive analysis. So we created a Tahakum Khatti li Faqarat al-Arabiyya. So a special paragraph controller that can deal with these things and expand and compress the text, you exploiting this observation that it actually exists. And to be able to put this on the internet without being disrupted by an operating system, we had to develop universal web publishing. And that is what it is. We are actually in the process of creating hard copy from the web. So it would be the first book printed from a website and conceived as a website. These are not the final designs, but it gives you an impression of an operating system-based pre-press system for which we have secured the ijaza, which is a way of reinventing typography, because I think nobody did that before, and that was, therefore, the solution was go browser-based. But now we're pushing it further. Basically, we have now a shell with the Quran inside. We take the Quran out, and now we take any text in. It can be in Russian, War and Peace. It can be in Sanskrit. It doesn't matter. But to focus on Arabic scripted languages, we are now working on a universal paragraph controller, where these word shaping features for individual words are now generalized as controls for a whole text. So this is a preset editor with a bit of text that gives you an impression of the effects of your choices. And all it does is create a very small file with settings. And if you attach this small file with settings to a run of text, it will shape according to the choices that you made in this editor. So this is the resulting file. So now let's go back to this thing. The one control that you have is the spacing. It pushes horizontally, but it also pushes vertically. Between words, but also inside words. So that is the meaning of this first parameter here. Then it allows you to zoom into every relevant letter. For instance, sorry, the meme and the ha are very characteristically frozen in one shape in typesetting. So
Thomas, we have to wrap up, I'm afraid.
I'm almost there. Now we have a control for elongation. You can indicate what length, how much of the words can be elongated. We have here, I'll speed this up a bit. We have here 0% elongation, which is the normal state. And now I'm changing this, variance, 50% variance, 100% variance. So every letter for which a variant is known is going to be changed, or not. And if you take a lower percentage, you get the impression of randomizing. But it can be reproduced on the same text with the same settings, with the same results. Rotation of dots is there. Everything that I showed in this Quranic website now becomes a generic control. And I'm now zooming in on a linguistic feature. Overlap. You see it on the word thaqafa here on the right top. It's completely interlocked. If I change the vertical kerning, it is disconnected. So everything can be controlled here. And then I wanted to round this off with some impressions of other languages, and of course that will be Urdu. So this is more of the same, and you can always come up to me and see more of this technology. This is a Urdu nastaliq, but used for Arabic. And for Arabic, you need a generous spacing between the words and inside the words. But Urdu is usually done with a very condensed way of spacing. And that's a different spacing setting in the manual. Then Urdu presently can no longer be typeset with Kashida because there is no technology that can handle it and nobody knows the rules. So we created a Kashida control for Urdu nastaliq that works with the same paragraph controller. And then if you change from Urdu to a totally different language like Uyghur, which has very long words, I cut that out, but you need, again, different spacing settings to prevent the words from sitting on top of each other. In other words, this is a browser-based system that is a showcase of technology that doesn't know what it is doing, but it doesn't need fonts. It can still search, select, and copy. It is interactive. It produces the equivalent of what InDesign does. It's browser independent, it's operating system independent, it's hardware independent, and therefore you don't have to go on your knees to Silicon Valley to ask collaboration or permission. It's industry independent. And that's the whole presentation.
Thank you. Thomas, if you can join me for a couple of questions. We're really running out of time, so I'd rather keep it very minimal. So I'm looking at the audience. Yes, please. The microphone, third row.
Thomas, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really great project. My question is that...
I don't think the mic works.
Yes, if you can speak up also, please.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I heard what you said, but I was worried about the question.
Thank you. Okay, my question is that regarding the different style of actually a script that you provided, that for example each letter form or each glyph can be presented in different styles. Do you think if there is any special group of people that prefer a special style, for example, can we say that a specific group of people with a specific cultural background prefer to use the scratch glyph rather than, for example, the tiny one?
You're very hard to understand.
Okay. With the different styles that you provide for each glyph,
yes.
For example, Al-Alamin, you have
a
style that has a scratch glyph. Yeah. Do you think from reader aspect of view, is there any specific group that prefer to see that Al-Alamin?
Okay, I understand your question. Okay. How is this perceived by the reader? What for instance, an Arab is probably not pleased with this kind of condensed typesetting. We would prefer a looser way of dealing with Arabic. First, this is not my concern. I'm not designing to optimize the reading experience. I'm designing to create a technology that makes possible what has been done over the ages. And I think my task is finished there. The next thing that should happen is hand it to a larger group of people to tune it according to their insights, tune it for optimal reading experience or tune it for optimal language rendering. Like I just suggested, the rhythm of Persian is totally different than the rhythm of Arabic, and you might need different spacing settings for these languages. And that's why we set this up. The first choice you do is select the language. The second choice is the typeface. And then you select a preset, and if you don't have one, you create one and save it or delete it.
Thank you.
Is there another question, please? Thomas, I have a question for you. Do you believe that Unicode can adapt to become more true to script grammar, or do you believe it needs a completely different technology like the one you created?
Unicode is not font technology. Unicode is just a data protocol. You key in a letter, and then the letter gets a number, and the number is shipped through the internet as a number, and then at the other end it's decoded and given a font again. The problem that I described is that this method is not reliable, but it has nothing to do with Unicode. We solved it by using scalable vector graphics. Vector graphics, that's like miniature PDF. PDF is a digital piece, slab of metal typesetting, a whole page with everything improvised, with a focus on the visual effect. It's often not searchable, and certainly not for Arabic. It's not a well-structured and an intelligent use of information technology. Unicode is perfect as a concept, but it depends on the choices and submissions, requests for encoding, whether or not it's optimally used. I cut out a whole section that dealt with this for this presentation because we already ran out of time. But to cut it short, Unicode, it is possible to build perfect font technology that renders Unicode. And I think what we are doing is exactly that.
That's it. Just to point out, the Quran is available online for those of you who would like to look at it, and you can see everything that Thomas demonstrated. Thank you so much, Thomas. It was very enlightening.
I'm standing on. Thank you. Yes.
So, Dr. Rana, the trophy will come.
Aha. Aha. Oh, this is very nice. Yeah. That's good. And it's very, very heavy, and it fits in my suitcase. I just gave you a very heavy present from my side, the book on the Pamir Valley, which is just as heavy, so I can swap it in my... Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, my dear. Now it's the time for lunch, and we have to be here exactly at 2:30. I would like you to commit yourself for the time, because there are an important session, really. We have to listen and get advantage of it. Thank you so much. The lunch will be at 3:60, as yesterday. Thank you so much.
Two speakers from two different continents of the world. We have Archana Shekhara from Illinois State University, United States of America. And we have Onur Yazıcıgil from Sabancı University, Istanbul, Turkey. I request Archana and Onur to please come on the stage.
Hello, is this better with the voice? This is better? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to present my research and scholarship, Designing Authenticity, Cross-Cultural Awareness Through Typography, Understanding Heritage and Cultural Identity of China. Before I start to talk about the Designing Authenticity project, I would like to share some background about myself and my experimentation in finding innovative methods of teaching design. Graphic design is a human-centered, service-oriented profession where designers have a greater responsibility to be culturally aware, understand diversity, inclusion, and social constructs to create designs that are honest and authentic. It's imperative that art and design education adopts new methodologies to address cross-cultural learning since we live in a global society. Design is a philosophy of life in which designers have to empathize with and respect the diverse communities of people we serve. I have been teaching for 10 years at Illinois State University in Normal. Bloomington, Normal are twin cities in the Midwest. They are between St. Louis and Chicago in the United States. Prior to teaching, I have worked in several design studios as an art director and graphic designer, creating projects for diverse clients. I experienced that many clients are interested in showing ethnic diversity in their company's print and digital materials to be inclusive of a diverse ethnic population. It's easy and cost-effective to download stock photos showcasing individuals of African or Asian descent. So photos that look like this. Using these types of images in their campaigns, companies believe that they have succeeded in showcasing diversity. As I continued working, I began to question these assumptions. Was using such images truly speaking to a diverse ethnic audience? Was this effective? Did it communicate anything? I have also observed these kind of ads being promoted by international magazines and companies. But is this morally right? What are we really gaining by exotifying and stereotyping? Living in the United States for 3 decades, I have witnessed the increasing influence of Asian culture and art in Western society. Its social culture is being influenced by the Eastern way of life in terms of food, home design and decor, and the Eastern practice of wellness as in Tai Chi, yoga, and meditation. In home decor, we can see sculptural objects of happy Buddha faces or meditating Buddha in people's homes. We can also easily purchase bamboo plants in local departmental stores like Target and Walmart. When a customer buys these types of objects, what does it really mean? Are they appreciating that culture or simply the superficial nature of the artifact to make their homes look eclectic and contemporary? Mary Yoko Brannon, a professor of international business at San Jose University, asserts that the world as a global village is an expression used so often that the phrase itself has become a cliché. Most of us take for granted much of the outcome of globalization. We navigate our lives daily through a panoply of cultural choices, such as which nation's food to eat, what foreign film to watch, or what country's fashion to wear. Most of us even quite comfortably intermix foreign words in our daily vocabulary, like when we say something analogous to, it's a Zen sort of a thing. We do not pause or think that food, films, clothes, or words might have a deeper meaning in its original culture, since we have adopted these activities in our daily lives. We take them for granted and likely do not question knowing the original meaning. I have been conducting research in cultural identity and design for the past 12 years, and I've been a design educator since 10 years. Our university has embraced the following core values, and these are the core values. And among them, diversity and inclusion, collaboration, respect, civic engagement, and integrity are the much needed ethics in today's America. Our university promotes internationalizing the campus to prepare students to be competent and competitive actors in a globally connected society. So this is our university's racial makeup. So we have about 20,000 students, and then about 389 of them are international students. It's a predominantly white institution. As the university welcomes international students, it's critical that the entire campus community is aware and educated about cross-cultural sensitivity to bring understanding, acceptance, appreciation, and respect. I was instrumental in establishing a 3+1 program in graphic design with Shanghai Normal University, Tianhua College of Art and Design. The cohort of students will study 3 years at Tianhua College before completing a final year at Illinois State. Selected students will be arriving to Illinois State this summer. Hopefully, the virus thing will be resolved, so we don't know yet. This is a wonderful opportunity for our students and the Chinese students to learn and interact and collaborate. As a graphic design educator in a historically white institution, I questioned, how can we prepare our American students to embrace students from China? Their accent, language, and cultural norms. How do we address stereotyping and marginalization of both American and Chinese cultures? So in order to appreciate another nation's socioculture, we have to first familiarize ourselves with our own cultural identity, our beliefs, values, behaviors, and norms. Once we are comfortable with our own identity, then we can find similarities and differences with other cultures. I had the privilege to teach typography course at Tianhua College in Shanghai last summer, and also special topics in the winter. So I just got back right before the virus breakout happened. Initially, the students were hesitant to converse with me, and I found out the hesitation was due to the lack of practicing the English language. I told them that I would be non-judgmental since English was my second language as well, and learned it in elementary school just like them. After I revealed this information, students embraced their English language speaking skills and were confident to actively engage in their project presentations and critiques. Our curriculum in typography is Eurocentric, and students learned to create traditional page compositions using classical typography from the 15th century. So we did the 15th century page, and modern design compositions from the 1950s, and now they were ready to experiment and be challenged. I taught special topics in graphic design last fall at Illinois State University, and students explored one type of food from their ancestral cultural background. Food often is what brings us together socially. This is usually the first level of understanding about our culture. Here are a couple examples from my special topics class at Illinois State, and we did about food. So the first one is the Korean soup, and then the second one is German bread. This is Italian soup, tomato soup. And then this is pickled cabbage from Germany. And then this is Italian wine. So after this project, students were ready to learn about other cultural identities, and I was interested to see how students can navigate between cultures through typography. How do we understand and respect other cultural identities? How can type design create awareness and appreciation? So students in both countries were asked to design a Roman letter form with research cultural history and heritage based on one city, town, or province in China. They could not just download images and type and make up a poster. So students at Illinois State were asked to acknowledge their stereotypical and superficial understandings of China. Most students like Chinese American food, may have had Asian friends in school, learned about China in art and history classes, and American media outlets. They accepted their limited understandings and were curious to learn more. I invited Dr. Miranda Lin, professor in the Department of Teaching and Learning at Illinois State, who introduced students to Chinese calligraphy. They experimented in creating the structure of the letter form using a grid, the correct hand movement, stroke weight, and balance, and understood the respect for the discipline. For students in Tianhua, I wanted them to learn about their own cultural identity, so they could not choose their home city or town. So all of the students in Tianhua were from Shanghai. They had to write the reason for choosing a city that they weren't familiar with, and also look at the landmark, natural landscapes, etc., and share this in the class. Designing Authenticity, Shanghai Normal, a typography-based project enables students from both institutions to become aware of the heritage and cultural identity of China, exploring vernacular designs with Roman letter forms to create new meanings. The project helps students in China to appreciate and reflect upon their cultural identity, while our students in the US gain new understandings and respect about Chinese culture by acknowledging their biases and creating designs that are authentic. So here are a few examples. This is from Shanghai Normal, Tianhua College. This is the letter Y, and this is the letter R, and then this is the letter G. And then this is from Illinois State. So letter B for Beijing, letter J for Xinjiang, and letter S for Shanghai. Students also chose one significant element or aspect from their chosen city to create the entire alphabets. And this is from Illinois State. And then this is from Illinois State as well. This is from Tianhua College of Art and Design. So the Tianhua College is a 12-day workshop, so the students actually created these letter forms in 3 days. It was amazing. This is also from Tianhua College. And after this, I asked them to make GIFs. So this is from Illinois State. It's again from Illinois State. This is from China. This is Sina. And this is from China as well. And I have one more example. So what were the learning outcomes for this particular experience? So the learning outcomes from Illinois State was, one student said, "Through this project, I learned that just because we only hear of China as a whole place, we tend to lose the differences and uniqueness the individual cities hold within each other, and because of this, we begin to group it all as one and thus continue stereotyping." Another student said, "The best learning point in the project was realizing how blind I was to cultural insensitive content. I feel now that I have the tools and knowledge to create designs that are inclusive to all and to make sure that I do not contribute to insensitivity." So students from Tianhua College said, "In this assignment, I learned about the cities of China that I'm not familiar with, not only through the words and pictures, but also with the feeling of being attached to them." Another student said, "In our spare time, we can appreciate great rivers and mountains of our motherland. I began to respect the local culture of the motherland. We should maintain respect for local customs. We should try to protect the traditional culture for our descendants." I thought this was very strong. By adopting new research methodologies, students strove to understand the multiculturalism in graphic design without stereotyping by a process of reasoning, reflection, and respect. These projects enhanced critical thinking, expanded their visual and design vocabulary, and above all, students found new respect for theirs as well as other cultural identities as they began to see themselves as global citizens. I was invited last fall to present this lecture for the Chinese Consul General, Zhang Jian, and his delegates at Illinois State University's International Seminar Series, focusing on China, where the Consul General spoke about US-China relationships. It was an honor for me, and I'm delighted to share this presentation with you all this afternoon. Thank you.
I now invite Ono to give us his presentation. Ono will be talking about the typographic evolution of Ottoman Naqsh typefaces. We will be taking a question-answer session after both the presenters have finished.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, Dr. Assam and Antoine, for having me over here. It's an honor to be here, and I'm quite excited to share my PhD research outcome, actually. I am coming from Turkey. I'm a Turkish graphic designer, mostly focusing on type design and multi-script book design, and overall also history of typefaces. Just for the ones who are not quite well acquainted with the history of Turkey's typographic sphere, I'm going to briefly summarize, and Tom mentioned about this. Turkey went through a dramatic shift in 1928, and it changed the script, the Arabic script, from Arabic to Latin script, and Arabic was used in that domain for a good 800 years, and quite some artistic and literary works were created in Turkish, but with the Arabic script, and that was changed in 1928. And ever since that, to do research in Arabic typography has become quite irrelevant for Turkish designers. My students also ask why I'm doing this research, because basically no one is dealing with Arabic script in Turkey. But I was quite curious about this, because when you look at the type design production after 1928, after the Latin script was adopted, we don't see any creative input. We don't see any creative activity in terms of type design production. Everything is being imported from the West. So Turkey became a good market for German and French foundries. So, but when I looked pre-1928 activities in terms of type design, I found out that there was an enormous amount of creative type design production, mostly in the hands of Armenian punch cutters, and I got thrilled with that information, so I completely put my focus on that. So today I'm going to share my outcome, my PhD outcome, which is basically, it covered ever since the first Islamic press in the world, which was established in Istanbul in 1729. The first press began working under Ibrahim Müteferrika's press. And between Müteferrika in Istanbul, 1728, until 1928, when the script reform took place. So that literally gives us 200 years. So I looked into this 200 years, and I'm going to try to explain what is that I found. There is something going on. Do we know? The screen is gone, but oh, it's back. Okay, it's back. Thank you. So Ottomans spoke a Turkic language, and it was represented with Arabic script, as I said. And Ottoman School of Calligraphy, which is quite a celebrated notion, and Tom also mentioned about that. So it gives us a good 500 years of manual text reproduction. And when the school was established, when I say school, it's not literally a school. The School of Calligraphy, the notion of Ottoman calligraphy, was established around 15th century after Constantinople fell, and Turks began producing a lot of manuscripts in Istanbul. And Sheikh Hamdullah is pretty much the instigator of this particular Ottoman flavor of 6-pen. There are various styles of Arabic script, and but the most celebrated group that is called Aklam Sitte is it consists of 6-pen, and obviously the Persian Talik and the Persian Nastalik on the northwest, you also have, in the northern African peninsula, you have the Maribi style. There are so many different styles, but the most celebrated one is the group of Aqlam Sitte. I want to show the group to introduce you. So the one on the top you see is Muhakkak and Rehani. And on the bottom you see Thuluth and Nask, and Tevki and Rika. So basically, my research focused on Thuluth and Nask, but mostly Nask, because the Nask style is the style for text production, for continuous reading. And most manuscripts were, including the Quran, or even casual historical data, was written with the Nask style. So Ibrahim Teferika also created the first typeface. He didn't create the typeface, but he commissioned the first Ottoman Nask typeface, was also in the style of Nask, metal type. But one thing that I found out during this research is that the way how I can analyze the typefaces that were produced in Istanbul within this 200 years, I needed to make sure that if the styles were exactly conforming to the Nask rules. Because within the Aqlam Sitte, the group of 6 styles, Arabic calligraphy styles, you can see that there are subtleties. And these subtleties actually make an immense difference. For instance, Nask wouldn't have the alif on Nask, you wouldn't see a serif on the top, but in Rayhani you would consistently see that. But of course, when I say never, you would never see. There will be instances, but I'm talking about Ottoman flavor, the way how Ottomans actually shaped it for themselves. This is Sheikh Hamdullah, as I mentioned. He worked in the late 15th century, and this is his hand. And another very famous calligrapher, Hafiz Osman Effendi. And this is his Nask style. And if you were to compare the two, you can easily see how Ottoman school of calligraphy in terms of Nask also went through an evolution. And the Lameli, for instance, these are just out of like 50, 40 different subtleties. These are just one example. The Lamelif that you see on the top in Sheikh Hamdullah's style was dropped after Hafiz Osman made this consistently used this style. And then after Hafiz Osman, all the other calligraphers actually copied Hafiz Osman's style. And then also the meme, these subtleties again make a huge difference. The tail of the meme in Hafiz Osman got incredibly reduced, and all the other calligraphers again followed Hafiz Osman. Now I want to talk about type, but the reason why I mentioned calligraphy is because Ottoman type is literally based on Ottoman calligraphy, because Ottoman calligraphy is the basis for the model that you can copy that and turn that into mechanical reproduction means. If you take a look at this, you can see what I'm holding is a 24-point metal Nask typeface, a sort. And when you print that sort, this is what you get. And I was in the University of Reading because they acquired a metal type case that consisted of Ottoman styles of metal type. And then I went there to inspect the type sort, and then I printed with that. And I want to show you how I printed it. So basically, just like the Latin metal type, you set them together, and then you lock them, and then with the hand press, you can print it. So this is how metal type, you put the paper, and then this is what you get. That's the result. So, and this is a close-up of the metal sort. So I looked at these, but in Istanbul, within that 200 years, none of the sorts survived. So all I could have done is look into the printed work and make my analysis from the printed work. So I looked, and these are just some examples. You can see the gaps. The gaps are happening because the sorts are where they get old and they break. And then I met this strange man that is sitting over there, Tom Milo. He delivered an excellent keynote talk this morning. Tom and I met years ago, but I'm not going to go into detail. The reason why I'm showing this picture is because I basically I needed a methodology for my analysis, for my PhD. So I adopted Thomas's archigraphemic approach to analyzing script and text, typography. And I used the Decotype Tasmim plugin. So that way I was able to also present people who are not familiar with the script where certain letters start and where certain letter ends. But this is the method that I use, that Thomas basically taught me. And it's reducing the amount of 33 Arabic letters, including the Persian ones, reducing that into 18 letters. And then getting rid of all the diacritical marks, and then just focusing on the rasm, the skeleton of the bone structure, which constitutes the script itself, actually. And this is, again, a sample from Thomas's article he published in Writings and Writing. So you can see the way how actually the dots and the dots are irrelevant in this analysis. It's the skeleton what we're after. So this is the way how the system works. So if I find a printed letter combination, in this case it's Tashih, I can use the Quran concordance system that Tom devised, and I can put the keywords, the letters that correspond to the basic shape, and then I can find where it is located in the Quran, because I have a facsimile of a handwritten Quran, so that way I can compare handwritten work with the type work. So that way I can see what's the level of influence, what is the typographer aiming. And then so basically, just to summarize, this is obviously about like 4.5, 5 years work of work, a PhD work, and I'm just trying to summarize it. I found in total 16 Naskh typefaces were produced. And these, the punch cutters, Mutaferika is not a punch cutter, but the punch cutters are Arabian, Mühendisyan, Istavraki, a Greek punch cutter, Arabian and Mühendisyan Armenian, Hafiz Efendi, a Turkish one I found, and Kevorkian, another Armenian, and Mehmed Ali, the last punch cutter, a Turkish one. And then this is pretty much the overall summary. But I need to mention this very important person, where Thomas also mentioned this morning. Mühendisyan created a typeface that actually influenced not only the Ottoman flavor of typography, but in the whole region, spanning all the way from Istanbul to Beirut to Aleppo to various other regions, even in Tabriz. I found typefaces that were influenced by Mühendisyan's style. Mühendisyan created 3 typefaces. And these typefaces, his most celebrated one is the one that Thomas luckily gets to keep in his own personal archive in Amsterdam. This is the scan of the original work. So this is a font, it's not a handwritten work. And he based this font on one of the most celebrated calligraphers of the century. And when you have access to a fantastic calligrapher, then chances are your model is also going to be very impressive. This is one of the main findings, how everything was based on the calligrapher's hand. So I looked at every possible detail of the structure of the Naskh typefaces, all the 16 typefaces. And you can see there are various of elevations. So I call these elevated versions, and there are also the linear versions. This is some comparisons of Mühendisyan, Arabian, and Mutaferika's fonts. I compared all of them. And Mühendisyan created various Kashida variations, stylistic alternates. basically. And one of the rare retroflex Y that also Mühendisyan introduced for the first time in the Ottoman Empire. Also, again, some comparisons of Müteferrika, Arabian, and Mühendisyan, and comparing them with the calligraphic work. And you can see the decotype Nask version, how Mühendisyan is actually, you can easily see how Mühendisyan is aiming to produce the calligraphic work. Some various raised and short tooth of Be archigraphy. And you can see that Mühendisyan introduced this, but Arabian didn't.
Can we wrap it up quickly, please?
I'm wrapping up, hold on. And these various elevations of the same structure. And I would like to show this case I found that introduces all the sorts that an Ottoman typesetter needs to, in order to be able to print something legible. And I want to show one. And then I made this three-dimensional model just to understand the way how Mühendisyan and all the other Ottoman punch cutters actually structured their metal swords, because we don't have any surviving swords. This is a hypothetical sword, and it's all of them in use, but one. And then this strange kef that I found, but because we're running out of time, I can always explain this during break if you're interested in it. But this is my last slide. In Beirut in 1890, there was this catalog printed in the Imprimerie Catholique de Presse, and this Catholic press introduced all various typefaces, and I found on the page 46 Type de Constantinople, and I saw that Mühendisyan was already exporting his typeface to Lebanon and to the region. So the region was already using Mühendisyan's style, and they gave it a name, because back then they didn't have the notion of calling a type a name. So they just called it the type from Constantinople. So and this is, sorry, final. This is the two-dimensional space of all the interconnected, influenced type punch cutters, who they were influenced by, and which typeface, which specific point size Nask typeface was connected to which other typeface. So this way, I got to map out the 200 years of Ottoman Nask typefaces, and that was a relief for me after all that work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Onur.
Sorry.
I open the floor now for questions, either for Onur or for Archana.
Thank you.
There doesn't seem to be any question. There is a question here in the front row.
But this is not working, just so you know. Is it working?
Just
I have mine.
It's a question for Onur.
Yes, Rana.
I'm just a bit curious. What happened when the Latin script was implemented in Turkey? What happened to all the... you said there was no evidence of the letterpress.
You mean maybe
destroyed?
the swords, the metal type?
Yeah,
what happened to that?
These things were also destroyed, or was it just like we never thought of how this part of the language, if it was actually maintained or if it was destroyed, for instance, or the data and everything, the letterpress they had, etc. Or do you still have any evidence of that substantial?
Actually, after 1920s, the intertype machine, especially the linotype machine, made its way into Istanbul. So manual typesetting was also on the verge of slightly vanishing, because the linotype machine was an automated version. It had a keyboard and it had a different system. But more importantly, what happened to the metal type is that the presses, there are still some evidences of the press, some hand presses are still, today they exist, but the typefaces, none of it exists, nothing whatsoever. It's mostly because I found out from one handwritten letter of one printer mentioned how he sold all the type to a silversmith, and the silversmith basically melted all the lead type. And then when you melt that lead, you can also sell that to construction places, and they can use it, they can reuse it. Like, you know, imagine in Istanbul, if you've ever been to Istanbul, you will see Ottoman mosques. They have a very particular, the domes, they have a very particular lead cover. That lead is mostly, some of the melted lead type was also used in mosque domes, because it's a precious element, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a question back there. There's a question at the very back.
Right at the back, right?
Thank you both for your wonderful and fascinating presentations. I'm asking Aksharaya about your experience you had with the two countries and the students. You mentioned very interesting learning outcomes on behalf of the students. Could you collaborate a bit more on the experience on behalf of from the perspective of the lecturers and the tutors, and what you as academics have gained from this typographic project experiment you did, as well as how can you take it further and develop it in the next stage? Thank you.
I think what I'm interested in, when the students get here, so then they will finish their 4th year from China when they come here, and then finish their 4th year with us. So then we could have a continuation of wherever we left off. Because when I went there over the summer, I talked about typography with them, and then the curriculum that I thought was very Eurocentric in the first half of with all the projects. And then the last half was when I introduced cultural identity, so I asked them to look at their own identity and do research. So, and then when I went back in December, and then that's when I looked at, so we had a continuation of from wherever I left off. We also did a project about how do we understand American culture. So what is the stereotyping of American culture in China? And then I was shocked, and I was shocked and surprised a little bit, but because they were saying, as soon as we talked about, because in China you cannot talk about religion and politics, and I'm very much into social justice, and religion, not as much, I don't talk much about religion in my classes, but I do talk about politics a lot. So my interest is in social justice and design for good. So when I was talking to them, so then I knew my boundaries already. So then we talked about, let's talk about American food. And then so when they talked about American food, it was mostly like fast food, pizza, KFC, McDonald's, right? So, and then they also said Coke, and then Coke was considered fat boys' water. That's what they said. And we all had a laugh, right? And then, so that was where we had left off in China. And then in here with the special topics in America, so it was mostly about learning other cultural identities. So, and then I focused on China because I wanted our students to be more accepting of students, of Chinese students when they come to our building. So then we can have collaborations together. So really questioning the understanding of culture and then that respect, which I think is good for both students, I think, because there is this hesitation with students. There is curiosity, but there's also hesitation. So that's what I would see. So I'm looking forward for them to come and see how it's going to happen. I'm looking forward to it. I hope I answered your question.
Some questions back there?
Hello, thank you both for your presentation. I have a question for Onur. It's about PhD. So obviously you focused a few years about this interesting part of the history of movable type, but I see the problem with PhDs that they are normally not available for public. So is your maybe available for public, or what is your opinion about this?
I just, thank you for your question. I submitted and officially graduated technically a month ago. So right now, I have this huge manuscript, my PhD manuscript, which is, it's not readable. I mean, it just consists of, it includes so much detailed analysis. I need to turn that into a readable format. I mean, you can read it, but I mean, I don't think it would be a lot of fun experience, because it's just like a lot of analytical and also contextual analysis. So I am right now hoping to turn this into a bilingual Turkish-English publication and publish the whole work specifically under the name of the evolution of Ottoman Naskh typefaces. Because, and again, it's irrelevant for Turkish designers. I designed Latin typefaces in Turkey. I mean, I do deal with that. But this is, I don't even see this as part of my history. I don't even like to see it that way. It's human heritage. It's a very important heritage that needed to be dug up, I think. And I'm just hoping that the Arabic type designers would benefit from it, because it's basically, they can see the way how the typefaces that they design today, the Arabic Naskh typefaces that they design today, how it actually literally evolved. And today's simplified Arabic, in this whole PhD, I also got to find where is the breaking point? Where did that happen? That simplification, that reduction. I got to spot it, and which punch cutter is responsible for that decision making. I mean, if I were to be an Arabic type designer, I would be interested in this. I would like to first know where did this take off and study that. So hoping that I will publish this in bilingual format, and so that way it will be available. Thank you.
I think that's it for our session. Thank you, Onur, for sharing.
There was actually another question. He wanted to ask a question.
Okay, one last quick question, please.
Okay, I have another question for Onur. I had two questions, but I'll go with like one of them. Okay. So, what do you think of how the, let's say, the Ottoman Empire or like the Ottoman culture influenced the shape of the Naskh script? Like, what are the main things that they did to improve on the Naskh structure?
Yeah,
through your research, because you did a lot of research on this subject.
Thank you. As Tom also mentioned in the morning, Ottoman typography, starting from 1728, already had the opportunity to have a 3,500 years worth of produced calligraphic work that they can choose as a model. So the Ottoman School of Calligraphy, the Naskh style that was done by Ottoman calligraphers, already set the tone of Ottoman flavor. Because when you look at a calligrapher from Baghdad or from Aleppo in 17th century, and if you compare that with an Istanbul-based Ottoman calligrapher, they're both Naskh. The structure and the rules, they all conform to the overall idea of Naskh. But you can immediately spot the one in Istanbul, because it just evolved to take a very certain shape and a very particular body. And Ottoman punch cutters basically based their work. They had the opportunity to have a model. If you don't have a model, then you're not going to even have any flavor. That's why European Arabic typefaces that were produced in Europe, they don't have anything that can be constituted as flavor, because they don't have a model that they can base their system.
I think we need to end this session now. We're running over time.
Thank you.
If anybody has any more questions for Onur or Archana, please meet them during tea break. Thank you, Onur, for sharing your PhD project. And thank you, Archana, for the cross-cultural sensitivity project.
Oh.
So all get up from such a nice food we had. So wash your face and listen carefully what these two people are going to say. Their theme is designing typographical dialogue, local, global in identity program. So please, first speaker is Mr. Where is he? Oh, it's a little complex name. Triplets. Santalis, yeah? Yes, acrobatis, yeah. Please. I think before you start, Mr. Zantaris, will you introduce yourself?
Sorry?
Will you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for accepting me and the opportunity you are giving me to share with you this case study, this project we did at the University of Cyprus University of Technology. I'm a professor in the Department of Multimedia and Graphic Arts, and I'm also running the direction of the Semiotics and Visual Communication Research Lab in the university as well.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay, so
okay, start.
Good afternoon again. What I'm going to show you today is more of a case study rather than a very typographic focused presentation. It's 3 years work that occurred between 2014 and 2017, whereby we were asked to find solutions and go through the change of the symbol and the logo of the Cyprus University of Technology. So, to begin with, I'm going to show you what was the original logo of the university, which, as you can see, the university was founded in actually December 2004 and welcomed its first students in September 2017. Since its establishment, the university had retained an image of the bust of a woman for its logo, taken from a 5th century Byzantine mosaic, which was found in the archaeological sites of Curium in Limassol. The female figure is known as the goddess of Ctisis, since it bears the ancient Greek inscription, as you can see, Ctisis, written on the left and right of her head. According to the Cyprus Tourism Organization, the figure is a personification symbolizing the creation of the world. So how did that was assigned as the logo? according to Professor Dimitriou, who was then the president of the interim governing board of the university. He mentioned that this first symbol was suggested by Panagiotis Persianis, a board member, and was adopted unanimously by the university from its days of establishment. So we see that there wasn't any really graphic or typographic assignment assigned to someone professional. As the specific icon from the mosaic is exposed for public sightseeing in Limassol, it's also photographed by visitors, tourists, as well as arbitrarily by a number of local companies and institutions which adopt it as a symbol or name for their visual identity and brand strategy too. So we come with examples like the Community Council of Episcopi, Coopers and Lyobran. The Republic of Cyprus has published it as a stamp, Chtisis Development, and just to name a few. This unauthorized and repeated use of the specific iconic figure and the word Chtisis in the corporate images of other organizations and institutions, in addition to the impossibility of issuing the appropriate copyrights of an official logo, were the two main reasons, among others, that we convinced the university to the decision to redesign or even completely change the established logo. As these two parameters trigger questions of originality, creativity, reflecting uniqueness, and most importantly, differentiation in respect of what our competitors and other universities do, we think that this was an appropriate and necessary action to proceed with a new proposition. But this was not very easy. Other than the two aforementioned problems, the urgency to change the logo, as you can see, was imperative because crucial that various graphic, typographic, color, and other problems of communication, which were time and again identified in established logo, were resolved. As you can see in the current slide, these complications concerned issues of readability and legibility, up-to-date style and aesthetics, not mainly, but mainly recognition of the interpretation of the Chtisis image as a representation related to religion mainly, and not a university. A lack of consistency and adaptation to a wide range of applications or sizes, along with the absence of a brand manual with an accompanying user guide instructions. We got an ambitious brief, and this is a magic of the typographic and graphic design language to do magic and embrace a series of values that we were asked to incorporate. Values such as technology, contemporary digital learning environments, creativity and science, originality, progress, evolution, movement, action, friendliness, hospitality, balance, sustainability, environmental concern, academia, Mediterranean, location for the university, equal opportunities, tolerance, and acceptance of diversity. They told us that we should think of a symbol and an interpretation that would incorporate all this, a challenge proposition, of course. And in this process, we considered a lot the design parameters of Bartand in his book of Semiology of Graphic Design. And we took into consideration values like planar placement, size, value, texture, color orientation, and shape with applications to both verbal typographic and non-verbal elements in the process to solve such as an ambitious brief. So very quickly, the literature tells us that a logo assures a strong identity of a contemporary service institution or a product and has specific attributes and functions that we believe are indeed crucial and need to be taken into consideration and during the design process. According to Adi Renault, a logo must be legible, coherent, adaptable, reproducible, memorable, timeless, and simple, which is it should function as a sign that communicates the qualities and values of what it represents. The same philosophy and approach seems to be applied when updating universities' logos too. We looked at previous examples and we found some interesting transformations like the Roosevelt University, University of Connecticut, Suffolk University, and many more. And we also observe how the MIT reflects best the aforementioned attributes throughout its intellectual simplicity and abstract use of letter forms. So, in our case, we were asked to do a two-stage approach. The first one was to redesign and refine the existing established logo. And the second one to design a completely new logo, because the authorities felt that it wouldn't be a drastic change to move instantly from a completely different to a completely different solution. So the specific figure was redesigned by colleagues, Theseas Musropoulos, in different sizes, both in black and white and color, keeping only the basic elements of the form. So we kept ctices, which was originally used, placed within different geometrical shapes, such as a circle or a crest. The graphic solutions were considered to be most efficient and were then applied to actual samples as shown in this current slide. And in turn, for the suggestion of a complete new logo, a group of new designs were shown and discussed. However, we considered this symbolic, abstract, and minimalistic logo that you can see here. And it was based on the idea of architecture and knowledge, and it was implemented in various applications as a design suggestion for a completely new logo. Now, because we had to do with the Senate and the university, these were shown in the Senate meeting for feedback. Both ideas received positive comments. However, it was concluded from the discussion that it would be preferable to refine the established logo and explore other alternative additional ways rather than to design something totally new, which we think was more like a sentimental link with the existing logo. Meanwhile, in January 2016, a new rector was assigned, was elected, and a new brief was assigned to our research lab, and more people were invited to design solutions. So very quickly, since the call was now open, the previous working team expanded its members with 3 more design volunteers who tirelessly worked to provide new, notable, and creative proposals. During this period, there were 4 extra logos designed, and other than the refined version that you see here, which was constantly under the table of discussing its possibility of usage, where these 5 follows. The additional logo underneath, the refined one at the top, and the additional logo option A, designed by Omeros Panagidis, the refined one at the top again, and the additional logo option Vita, designed by Angelos Panagidis, a colleague again, the refined logo at the top, and the additional logo option Gamma, designed by myself, and finally, the redesigned existing logo, alongside with option Delta, designed by Theseas Musropoulos. All logos were presented at the Senate again, because it was a matter of voting, and the prevailed option Gamma was the logo you can see in its initial draft stage. However, the Senate decided that this logo should be distributed inside and outside of the university through an online survey, which we did as well. And again, an online survey was conducted to explore the preferences of students, academics, designers, and the wider public, using a convenient sampling with a final overall number of 81 participants. Again, from this new online survey, option Gamma was the most popular. Therefore, a final presentation with the aforementioned 2 logos that were under discussion was voted again in the Senate, and the option Gamma was decided to be proposed to the board of the council of the university, and it was developed. So the idea is based on the measuring tool that the female figure of Ctesias holds in its aforementioned mosaic was the starting point for this logo design, making an indirect reference to the established logo of the university and to the culture and history of Cyprus. Through repetition, reflection, and the placement of this linear feature, the letter T is purposely designed to appear in between the negative space. T is the initial for the word tecnologico, which means technology, while the initial P for panepistimium, which is university, is also apparent. The same is true of the English language, as the same element is interpreted visually as in C for Cyprus, U for university, and T for technology. This symmetrical composition of the sign reflects notions such as equality, balance, and fair treatment, while the resulting design of the two inverted brackets can be interpreted as open doors, a symbol of hospitality, transparency, acceptance, and openness. In an abstract way, the final shape alludes to a classic pillar, which often connotes the field of academia. Now, the texture of the symbol has been utilized through a contemporary and evolved mosaic. Its structural use found in the digital image of a pixel. The composition of pixels is designed in a way that it gives a sense of movement and continuity, such as a vibrant university organization, while the color variety suggests differentiation, tolerance, harmony, and acceptance of diversity. The choices of color for the logo are based on the range of the Ctesias mosaic. The deep dark red makes different reference to grandeur and strength. The intense blue to the Mediterranean Sea surrounding the city in which the university resides. Bright green promotes sustainability and environmental awareness, and the tranquil sky blue alludes to freedom and universality, all this under the semiotic dimensions that colors have. As far as the choice of typeface, Robotos Lab Regular was selected. The font family first appeared in March 2013, was designed by Christian Robertson and commissioned by Google. With distinctive slab serif features, the particular typeface is characterized by large geometric forms, friendly curves, and big counters, features that contribute to legibility and a natural and smooth flow of reading. It's a contemporary. Yes, this is my last slide. One more slide. It's a contemporary typeface with open access. It allows flexibility and ensures successful applications and adjustments of the logo in a variety of responsive digital media, sizes, platforms, and applications. Furthermore, in terms of the overall design, the typographic design and the shapes of the specific typeface are in dialogue with the logo's symbol and structure, providing in this way the visual correspondence, coherence, and harmony necessary for an ultimate communication of the aesthetic and overall concept of this new visual identity. And to conclude briefly, just to mention that the brand manual was done in collaboration with a colleague, George Souglidis, who is a designer, academic, and brand consultant in Cyprus. The brand manual describes in detail and analytically how the logo should be used. And these are some applications of the new logo that was suggested in the university. And at the moment, students are working to design the Best Student Award under this design framework. Thank you very much. I think
we'll have the questions little after finishing. Yeah. Nana, you have to introduce yourself. Sure.
Marhaba. I start by introducing myself. My name is Nada Abdallah. I'm an artist, designer, and educator. I'm a lecturer of design at the University of Sharjah College of Fine Arts and Design. Today's talk is about Kufic script from calligraphy to typography. I'm sharing with you the summative work that I do with my students for around 18 years of teaching at the university level. Okay, graphic design curriculum in the Middle East follows Western curricula, especially American. It's based on prototypes that overstep local values and norms. The first question that I asked to my students, the new students in the first session, what do you think graphic design is? And why do they choose graphic design as a major? So typical answers would be, I want to learn new software, I want to design logos and posters, and we want to solve problems. So and very few answer that they want to solve problems. Mostly they think about it as of something that is mostly technical. So and this initiates beautiful discussion to think, are designers problem solvers, or what is the role of design? So in this matter, we need to think that there is more to design than just solving problems, where I try to think about it as designers, they are like doctors. Before proposing possible solutions, you need to know and diagnose what is wrong in order for you to come up with a better solution, so you would be able to make a better impact as designers. So what is intelligent design and what is the role of design? If you think about it, it's like making things beautiful. This is only part of it, and beauty is something subjective. So we need to think about designers as they are people who improve the experience of people, and they make actually, their role is mostly to think about themselves as cultural sustainers, or people who would work on actually sustaining the culture and working on more developments of it rather than just repeating what has been done before. The problematic was in the curriculum itself. I'm a graduate of the American University of Sharjah. I graduated in 2001. So I'm just going to tell you that none of my professors, with all respect to all of them, I admire them so much, but none of our professors were Arabic. So we were all exposed to design from a very Western perspective, and we actually struggled to find an Arabic way, if we had any Arabic project in our academic journey. So all of their projects where we were working on Latin, and that's when you get the, if let's say, God forbidden, we are to work on something Arabic, the solution was at that time to take a Latin script or a font and actually defragment it, collage it in order to construct the, for example, the typography, which is mostly a term that we will discuss later. So there is a problem on the actual, the Arab identity, and to think about it starting from the academic, because in the academic it's the place that prepares designers for a better, effective problem solving. So there was a struggle because the designer and the educational system prepares students to think left to right by default. So in this way, the concern was to actually start to think about a solution. What will happen? Shall we, since you are in an educational institution and in this actual framework, you can do better work on improving and solving this actual problem. So thinking about how to actually work on positive manipulation. The positive manipulation, some, as I mentioned earlier, would think that we would take and appropriate in order to actually work on something. There is a very beautiful term that is called or titled halal cheating. Halal cheating is a term coined by Dr. Nadia Al-Hassani. She is the Dean of the College of Fine Arts and Design in the University of Sharjah, which this term basically represents what I have been doing with my students throughout. Yes, the curricula, we don't touch it, but you can actually work on the layering, or instead of giving a project in, let's say, a particular, for example, themes, and you can actually work on manipulating what is there and not to be touched in order for a better solution. So that's when I started to think on okay, we have the curricular projects that we work in class. How about we do extracurricular and we take it more serious? And that was the time that I thought it's time for serious action. And that's when I found the Arabic Design Festival, titled Arabic Design Festival. And this festival was more of a platform, and it was a platform that would help students learn more on lots of different levels, from history to application to appropriation, to even know more. And this festival, the beautiful thing about it is the collaboration of different professionals in the field who help the students actually work on realizing the importance of their Arabic culture and identity, and where they can go with that. So instead of taking script, Latin script, defragmented, and work on collaging it, which I call a buttocks typography, instead of working on that, or even worse, take Arabic fonts and scripts that are digital, that destruct and destroy all the calligraphic beauties. Instead of that, why don't we try to actually work on certain elements? That is when I started to think that maybe it's best, neither are the educational systems preparing the students to become calligrapher, nor are graphic designers supposed to be calligraphers. Calligraphy is a whole different genre by itself, and people, in order to become calligraphers, it's need intensive training. So that's when the solution was to work on the Kufic calligraphy as a grid, or as a structure, or as a skeleton that would help the students realize, for example, or to actually integrate it into their work. So I introduced them to the square Kufic, and students would, if you tell them Kufic, they would all think it is the square Kufic, but there are so many different layers of, or different types of square Kufic. So taking the, I'm going to just give quick, because I want to show you some animation work. Typomotive is a term that combines typography and motif design. So if we think about it, how we can create an actual hybrid, and that is also when I found, or I'm working a lot on intensive master classes that integrate motif design into typography in different countries with students from different parts of the world. The actual outcome, or it is actually the appropriation from the square Kufic, the integration of motif into the calligraphy or the typography itself, working on, for example, adding it in origami style, or in a checker box, or in the barbed-wired mosaic, and different ways. So it could be geometric, and later applying it using different media, for instance, plexiglass, wood. So it's very beautiful to see the different actual examples. I'm going to show you some of the products of the workshops. So this is al-khat al-mashtub. So the student here worked on shatab, or actually a cropping, or the actual Kufic grid. And here it's with mutaqati', which is mostly like Xed, or inspired by the kafiyya. And here it's the shataranji, which is chess-like. And here it says the يقفز الثعلب البني السريع فوق الكلب الكسول. So it's just applying it. And here the student has applied it using the actual plexiglass. And here, these are also different approaches. These are something that's similar to the letter set stencils. And here with the mosaic and the dotted and the barbed wired and the actual wheel prints. Here it's with parallel lines. And here it's also origami style. And here it was interesting to see, okay, origami with a non-paper material, with wood, what will happen. And here it's taking the barcode as an example to make it most likely like barcoded, and then apply it using wood and laser cutting. And here it's with the actual lozenge motif. And here this is also the work of how about we make the Latin look like the Arabic. So here the student designed muraqqam, which is the digital pixel style inspired, and applying it using different trends. The possibilities are endless when you think about, okay, trend and what is trend and what happens if we integrate trend and tradition together. So, and here with the different font weights and different typographic poster approaches. Sorry, the resolution isn't very good. Sorry. And here with different font weights. And here the student worked on having the motif being part of the detail. All these are display fonts anyways. And here she constructed with the word which is mother, using the motif. And here wardu shok, which is flowers and thorns. Okay. In this project, the typography as an image, how about using typography to create images? And the project, this was a class project, and the student had to construct the map of the Arabian Arab world using the names of the countries, so Qatar, Bahrain, Emirat, etc., to construct the map. Am I good with time? Okay. Same but not similar. This is the beauty of the Arabic calligraphy typography. So here, these are different applications of the word bil-Arabi, which is in Arabic, by different students. So this is also a project. Also, they took it from there and applied it using concrete as a material. And here also it says bil-Arabi again and again and again. And here she applied it in a way with like the I love Arabi, is as if it's in a heart shape. And here with a more circular Islamic pattern, working on it. So all these are the same word, but applied in different ways. So, and here applying it also in different ways, trends, and then making a pattern out of it. So typography as pattern. And here they created, the project was let us do mazes. So what they did is they created actual mazes, and I have 2 more minutes. This is it. Okay, I'm going to run quick. Okay, last project I'm going to talk about is a project where they had to go to Sharjah and take photos of different shops. This is a project I'm doing with my students in Sharjah, Al-Qahwa Al-Shabiya, where the student took the word Al-Qahwa Al-Shabiya and applied it in a motif typographical approach, stationery design. And here is another project by another student, Ad-Dar Al-Turath, which is the heritage. And she took also prehistoric Neolithic motifs and experimented, and this is her final product. And this is her stationery. I wanted to show you an animation, but there is no time. I can show it to you later. No. And okay, just something very important. Those of engineering friends, or whoever it is who tell you design is nothing or something, you need to tell them that design, have you heard of Bloom's taxonomy? It's the learning pyramid. If you want to design, you need to remember in order to understand. You need to understand in order to apply. You need to apply in order to analyze, and later you need to analyze to be able to evaluate. And to evaluate in order to create. So design is the top of the learning pyramid, and design isn't a click of a button. Anyways. Huh? I still have 5 more minutes? Okay, I'm just telling you, you're the cultural ambassadors. So, okay, what I'm gonna do is, I have 2 animations. Maybe I will show you one, or I will show you the one by my students in Sharjah before. Okay, this is a project, it's titled Tolerance. Last year was the year of tolerance in the UAE. Last year was the year of tolerance in UAE, so this was a project that we did with students, more than 100 students of graphic design from year 1, 2, 3, 4. They were all involved to create a project on motif design. So they actually worked on motifs from their different civilizations, and they created typography and elements and motifs from their civilizations and their different countries. And they worked in campus, using the in-campus facilities to create motifs using their designs applied into material. So those who chose to work on silk screen, on wax, in plexiglass, in clay, silk screen, etc. And this project, thanks God, it was also showcased in the Emerge International Poster Festival. 50 of our students' work were accepted in the actual festival. So here, as you see, they're all working, and these are the products. Sorry, it's me. I didn't. Okay, we can skip that. So that was the exhibition, and the chancellor of the university and all the press. The beauty of this project is in the mosaic of it. It's not in the power of the one unit. Everyone had one piece, and it was a total of 100 pieces. So unity in diversity is very important. So I can show you the other animations later, not now. And it's okay, we need to respect time. Okay, so this is it. One last animation? 1 minute? Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers of Typo Day, especially Dr. Isam and my dear Professor Abiad. Thank you for this platform which unites us all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nara. Thank you. Now we'll open this forum for discussion. No questions?
Thank you for both of your really nice talk. Thank you. Nadia, I have a question for you. The typefaces, the letter form projects, have they turned these into fully fledged fonts?
Actually, we're working on it still, but they just designed the actual structures, but they didn't apply it yet, no. But they are using it to collage it. It's an actual display font, so.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if they might also get some additional kicks out of just being able to typeset that.
It needs to be implemented, yes.
I was curious, and thank you.
Some have worked on it, like the Muraqqam, yes. But the other ones, because the time of the workshops were a little, but it's just so that they are just exploring. That's
True.
Yes.
Thank you.
I also have a question to you, because you mentioned that typography identify us in some aspect. Could you please tell me what does it mean for you? Do you believe that typography really is influence our identification nowadays?
Yeah, I think that typography, of course, if we are to think about when we were in the prehistoric era, before the invention of the writing, we used to communicate with each other through icons and motifs and pictograms, etc. So with the invention of writing, we are communicating. So I think the use of the calligraphy, it is part of the cultural fabric or the actual expression of a certain group. That's when you actually think about the form as an expression. And with Arabic calligraphy, with a very diverse evolution that it went through from in the different centuries, that is the part of the expressive way that a designer can use it to express their identity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. So I thank you, Nada and Acrobatics, for a nice presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we will have 10 to 15 minutes break, and then we go on with the keynote speaker, the second of Typo Day. Okay?
Our next keynote speaker is one of Jordanian artists and calligraphers, academic, and designer in the field of Islamic art. He is specializing in Islamic calligraphy. He is considered to be one of the most accomplished contemporary Arab calligraphers today. So he is the best known for the series of academic research on Islamic calligraphy and for his academic and artistic efforts in reviving Muhakkak font, which is one of the 6 classic scripts, as a successful artistic medium for contemporary Islamic arts. He was the first Jordanian to obtain traditional ijaza in calligraphy from the from the Islamic world's premier master calligraphic Hassan Shalabi in 2003. In April 2018, he was awarded the Artistic Creativity Award for academic and artistic efforts in reviving Muhakkak script by the Arab Thought Foundation. Please welcome Professor Nassar Mansour.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Masai al-Khair, good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a keynote speaker at this distinctive and distinguished evening. I want to add something about my training and about my link to Arabic calligraphy. I've trained calligraphy, or I knew calligraphy from early age, and it became like my life dedicated to this sacred art. So I started calligraphy as a trainer with calligraphy. And in Jordan during the 70s and 80s, we didn't have a distinguished master in calligraphy. So we are not fortunate like other countries like Egypt, like Baghdad and Istanbul with eminent masters. So as a immature calligrapher starting his career in this art, I thought that I have to travel abroad to take calligraphy from its sources and from its masters. So I had to travel to Istanbul to meet my master Hassan Chalabi, and that was in 1997. And during, let us say, 4 or 5 years, I was the first Jordanian to obtain the ijaza, the traditional ijaza in Arabic calligraphy. And after that, I took the academic approach to enhance my knowledge in calligraphy. So I thought that it was very, very important for me to understand calligraphy from another perspective, not just as a practitioner, also to study it, understand the history, the philosophy, and all that historical background behind calligraphy. My talk to you today is going to be about it's about square script. And square script, I have a long story with square script. Square script is the Kufic script, or square Kufic, which is very known with this term, Kufic or square Kufic. But because I'm writing a book which is going to be published recently, or in a short while, about this script, I found through the research that to be called square script is more accurate rather than call it Kufic. Because Kufic is a general term given to any solid, or what we call it, rigid styles. But this square script is not in any way connected to Kufa. So that's why, because while we are going to talk about the historical background of this script, we are going to see why it's square script more accurate to call this type of calligraphy or style of calligraphy. Okay. I wanted to start with one of my artworks in square script, which is the 99 names of Allah, the beautiful names of Allah. I did this during my travel in my PhD when I was doing this in London between 2002 and 2007. So I designed the 99 names of Allah in square script. And this artwork now in Islamic Museum in Malaysia. And it's 5 lines. The top 2 and the bottom 2 are in ink, and the middle one is in gold. Okay, now let us start with the square script. Square script is one of the most important Arabic styles that had a major and a huge role of decoration on buildings inside and outside across Muslim world. It has a very distinctive characteristics and has its own style that it makes it very distinctive amongst the Arabic calligraphy styles. When we talk about Arabic calligraphy styles, we talk about both types of Arabic calligraphy styles. We call them the cursive styles, which is like Naskh, Thuluth, Riq'a, Nas Ta'liq. And when we talk about the other part of the Arabic scripts, we are talking about the rigid styles, which goes under the Kufi or the straight lines, or the styles that it composed from straight lines like Kufic with its all variations. This script, which is the square script, is based on square. So the square is the fundamental and the major unit for establishing this type of calligraphy. Square script based on a straight line grids, or a grid that it's based on straight lines. These lines are whether these vertical lines or horizontal lines. So the straight lines are the basic lines that through these lines we form and we make and we design our square script. These lines are equal. The spaces equals the black lines, and also it's based on contrast. So when we make any design in square script, we know that there are black lines, that these black lines are for the text that we design it and put it inside that geometrical space, and the background, which is the space, the gaps between the black lines. And also there is like a contrast between light and darkness. It's one of the most important, as I said, one of the most important calligraphy styles, but it is very different from other styles that we don't use the reed pen, which is the traditional and the fundamental tool that we use it for executing and writing calligraphy, like thuluth, nasr, and even early styles of calligraphy, we use the reed pen for writing these styles. While this one, we don't use the reed pen for using or for executing and making this script. So it's all about designing and composing on a grid of squares. This script is very much organized and very clear, very sharp, with right angles. So it has its own rules that we should know it very well before we start designing our artworks by using square script. Okay. This work is beloved by calligraphers. All calligraphers, they love square script, designers, architects, and sometimes maybe fashion designers or jewelry designers as well. So it becomes like a very common now. And if anyone look to the examples that we can see on social media, we can see that square script has a major, let's say, number of designs done by different people, from designers, from calligraphers, from architects, want to do different designs by using square script. To make square script, we need patience, we need good thoughts. It's basically like maze. We know maze, the maze or the puzzle-like. It's based on how to find out your way inside a geometrical space, whether this geometrical space is square or circle or triangle, whatever. So you have to find your way. But to find your way based on two major things that we need to use we need to use the right forms of the letter words, of the Arabic letters, and also we need to have it legible and understandable. So it's not easy to come out with a nice and successful design in square Coffee. Now, square Coffee is an ancient style of Arabic calligraphy. We can say that the early examples of square Coffee, as the one that we see on the screen here, from Afghanistan, from the time of the Sultan, one of the Ghaznavid sultans, Mas'ud al-Thalith, and this is an example, an early example. This is the earliest example of square Coffee on monument from the 11th century. Some scholars say that square Gothic evolved and derived from the bricks because of the brick has a certain shape. So bricks help architects and artists before to design the square script. And some of them says that it has an influence from Chinese seals, like the one that we see in it on this scroll. Either or, both of them might have a good influence on Muslim architects or artists to give them an idea how to design the Arabic alphabets by using straight lines, or straight shapes by using bricks. And this is one of the examples, like what we see on these Chinese seals. It might have this influence from this background, and probably, but for me, I can see that the bricks is the most important and the most influenced for the calligraphy, for the square script calligraphy. Square script became one of the most popular scripts on monuments, on architecture, especially in Central Asia monuments, Iran. I can't imagine a building, a historical building from that area of the Islamic world does not have anything of square script, because it became like the most decorative, the most important decorative element on these monuments. And here we can see some of the beautiful and colorful designs of square scripts from Samarkand Shahizand Mosque. And here is from Darih Khoja Ahmad in Turkestan. And we can see the scale, the large scale of the square script. It's not small, it's not miniature, it's huge. And also we can see it here associated with some other floral decorative elements. And we can see that in the bottom here, we can see the name of the fourth caliph, Ali. And we can see here the name of Muhammad in a rotation format. And at the top, we can see the name of Allah. And these examples and many examples of square script, like we can see it everywhere inside and outside these monuments in Central Asia and Iran. It was not only at that part of the Islamic world, but also square script traveled to Egypt. So we can see this, the Shahada in square format on Sultan Hassan from the 7th century in marble. And we can see this in Anatolia, in Istanbul, I think on Fatih Mosque. And this is done by one of the most important and eminent master calligraphy called Ahmed Qarahasari. Square Gothic was not only applied on monuments, also they designed it and used it on some designs and works of Square Gothic also applied on different mediums like currency. So we can see that this one of the verso part or face of one of the coins from the Ilkhanid dynasty, and we can see the Shahada and the four caliphs' names on the four sides. And also in manuscripts, we can see these two beautiful designs by Ahmed Qarahasari, done in gold and ink, on one of the manuscripts from I think Sulaimaniya library, and we can see the Surah al-Ikhlas at the bigger square. And Square Gothic didn't stop in a certain time. It continued until our recent time, and we can see huge applications of square Kufic on one of the very recent mosques in Amman here, called Jami' al-Hamshari in في Khalda, yes, it's not far from here. And we can see that square Kufic is really very successful as a decorative visual element on buildings. Also, we can see square Kufic used also in artworks, and this is one of the beautiful artworks done by Kamal Bullata, the late Palestinian artist, who did his beautiful exhibition, I think, early 80s at the National Gallery here in Amman, and he did this work, and most of those works were done by silk screen technique, and he made beautiful artworks by using square script and with different designs and different shapes and formats. Okay, at the beginning I mentioned that I called this script is square script because it's based on square unit, geometrical unit. And I try to avoid as much as I can to call it square Kufic, because as I just mentioned that Kufa is not connected to this script, and because the early examples of the script, as we have seen, founded in Central Asia. So for me, it's going to be square script, and there is a book is going to be published in a short while about this particular script, and has a title. I'll show you the cover design, and I called it the square script. The square script has also different names. We call it also geometrical script. Some scholars or researchers, they call it chess script, and some call it muzawwa, that has right angles, and some of them they call it in Arabic shataranji, just because it has the same concept with the chessboard. But there are two names, very old names from the 16th century by one of the scholars at that time, and he called it Bina'i or Bana'i and Ma'qili. And these two terms still in use until our time, especially by Iranian scholars. They call this type of calligraphy Bina'i, that means related to buildings, or Ma'qili, related to castles, and which is really applied in a way on this script. Now, we are talking about using square script in Arabic identity designs. I tried to find the earliest identities or designs, personal designs, by using square script, and I found these 6 designs done by craftsmen, ancient craftsmen from, I think, 15th, 16th century, from Iran, from Turkey, and they used to, some of them, they used to put their names on the building that they decorated or designed. So we can see now different designs of different craftsmen from different buildings, and these goes back to as early as 16th, 17th, and 15th, 16th century. So let us say that in this one we can see that Muhammad Umar, or start from here, Amal, it's done by Muhammad Umar al-Sheikh. here we can read Hassan or Amal al-Abd, Hassan something. So these are, for me, very early designs for the people who designed an eminent and outstanding designs in square Gothic still exist until now on different buildings from different type, from different places in the Muslim and Arab world. In modern time, one of the earliest examples I've seen by using square script for personal identity, it's done by an Egyptian calligrapher. He's not quite calligrapher, but he's he used archaeologist, and he did a very good research about Gothic in general, on the Gothic designs in Cairo. And this Egyptian master, his name is Yusuf Ahmed. He died 1942, and he produced 2 treatises about Gothic script. And in these 2 treatises, he did very nice designs for different eminent people at that time. And this is one of the few designs that he did in square script in a round shape. And in this round shape, he put the name of the Ahmed Zaki Basha. We can see that he started from here. So this is the Alif, Ahmed, this is the Zai, and this is Kafia, and this is Basha. And also he did another emblem or logo design for Muhammad Ali Basha. So we can see that Muhammad, so the meme is the center of the work, and this is the Ha, and this is the meme, and this is Ali, repeated 4 times. I think we need to move to another file. I want to go through with you through some of my designs that I did it through, let's say, 30 years using square script. And I'm proud to say that this is one of the earliest designs that I made for Jamiat Al-Bayt in Mafraq city, northern part of Jordan. And that was in 1993. Actually, when I started designing this logo, I decided to take the shape of the main entrance of the university, which has like a semi arch, and I reflected that in designing the logo of the university. And now you can see it in black and white, but it has 2 colors: the writing in gold, which reflects the light, and also the background is in turquoise, which reflects wisdom and calmness. This is also one of the early designs I did for sport faculty in Jordan University. They asked me to do logos for the whole, I think at that time was 13 or 14 faculties, so I picked up this one for sport faculty, and it's round. The football, just to reflect the idea of the faculty, and also the trace or the racing track around that shaped also the name of that college. It's also one of the early designs. Someone came to me and he said that he has a furniture company called Arika. Arika means armchair. And I did it this way, so you can see another possibility of SquareScript in designing logos. But unfortunately, they didn't take it. Or maybe the company does not exist. This one came to me when I was doing my PhD in London. And this was for a college, a women's college in Jeddah. It has two words repeated twice, عفت and علم. So I made it like two rhombic dots integrated or interlaced, and there is like the fa here is the center of the whole work. And this is the fa of the عفت. Before we see this, we have to see this. When I started my interest in SquareScript, I became very attached to it, and I loved it very much. So I was looking everywhere to see any SquareScript example and analyze it and see it and try to imitate it or copy it, just to build up my experience about SquareScript. So one of the most distinctive artworks that I've seen through my journey with SquareScript is this one. And this one is simple, but it's clever at the same time. That we can see, if we look to the black lines, we can see the name of the Prophet Muhammad. But if we look to the white lines, we can see the name of the fourth caliph, Ali. And this is actually, this is a note that from the 16th century, this eminent scholar called Qadi Ahmad, he said that Ma'qili, or what we call it SquareScript now, Ma'qili, the most difficult work by Ma'qili is when you can read the black lines, also at the same time you can read something at the background, at the white lines. So you can get use of the contrast. It's not just a background anymore. There is a text behind the black lines. This design urged me to do this design, which is in 1997, Princess Rahma bint al-Hassan get engaged to Mr. Ala Batayna. So I tried, and they asked me to do the two names together. So I tried to apply that concept by using the black and white in a positive way. So I did, if you can read the name Ra, Ha, Mim, Ta, for the name of Rahma. And if you look to the Ain at the inside, and this is the Lam, and this is the Alif, Ala. But the Hamza, I tried to put it somewhere here and make this frame just to have place for the Hamza. So it's not easy to make this sort of legibility or this sort of use of the background as well, and to make it readable and legible as the black lines. This is one of the earliest, or this was the earliest example or logo of our college at the Applied University in Salt, and the college was the Traditional Islamic Institute at that time, 1998, when we established that institute. And this was the logo of that institute, that having the name of Allah at the center, and the Prophet saying, "Inna Allah jamilun yuhibbu al-jamal," around that, the name of Allah. This is just two names of friends who were, two friends of mine in UK, Naomi and Daniel. So they asked me to do two names together. So I did this designed for them. And also in 2009, Jordan University Press wanted to have a logo for the department, and they asked me to do the logo. So I did the name of the University of Jordan Press inside in a square format, and the two sides and the dome reflects the main entrance of Jordan University. This is a very famous now everywhere, that this logo promoting Jordan, tourism, and I did the Jordan, the left part. I did it in early 90s and gave it to one of my friends who was working in the Faculty of Tourism at that time, and by sudden I found it everywhere, on websites, on banners, on posters, everywhere. So they took that design, which is, for me, it's nice, designed for the name of Jordan, and they added Jordan in English on the right side, and they put Jordan Tourism Board underneath. Lovely. Recently, a friend of mine, he asked me to do a design for his sons and his groom, because they are getting engaged. So her name is Asma, his name is Muhammad, and I made it in this way and made this contrast between the black and white, so we can distinguish the name of the two brides from each other. And this is a logo project for the Biqa'i group in Jordan here. And this is 20 years ago when I get married myself, so I made this design for my name, Nassar, and my wife's name, Iman, as the center of the invitation card, which is also have a very nice calligraphy in square Gothic, square script, but the two names were at the center of that design. And finally, this is the book cover of the square script that's going to be published soon, inshallah, and probably maybe in Sharjah. And it's going to be, it has 4 chapters: the historical background about square Gothic, and also the how to draw square Gothic, and also some examples, historical examples from square Gothic with errors, so we can learn from mistakes. Because to learn square Gothic in a right way, you have to make mistakes. Otherwise, you will not get the idea and the concept behind designing square script. I would love to show you some of the, quickly, if the time allows. In 2009, 2010, I did a typography, calligraphy course here at the ASU, and that course was teaching calligraphy for graphic designers. And when I was searching, in my data, I found huge data from the students' works of that at that time, 11 years ago, and I wanted just to show you some of the students' works from that course or that class in 2009, 2010. So these are some of the examples. And finally, this is my personal logo, which carries my name with the initials, and get the concept of using the black and white in the right way, so you can see in black noon, the letter noon, like Nassar, and you can see the white, the letter Mim, which is Mansour. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Okay.
Professor Mansour, that was a fascinating presentation. I don't have a question. Mine is more of a note of admiration. I just want to make a couple of observations coming from a different culture. I feel that in the use of square, which is considered to be the most perfect form, you've managed to bring in abstraction and also use, jump to modernism with use of, figure and ground and geometric principles, which of course has been used from very early times in the Middle East and in India. I feel that there's a kind of mapping possible inside your structures in the way that mapping was possible in the use of mandalas by Buddhist and Hindu, philosophies, where the cosmic image could be represented, and yet you could go to the microcosm of a condition, for example, your name, which is not the cosmic, but it's actually a miniature of the whole thing. I feel that it's a kind of tool that could engage children in the teaching of mathematics, in the teaching of scriptures, scripts, and an understanding of something as complex as, your religion. It's complex for us, and I think it would be a very nice way for me to understand. So,
exactly. Yeah.
No, I don't have a question. I'm just
Yes.
making a set of observations, and I think that I look forward to the book that you're going to publish, and I hope that you write a book where someone like me, who's interested in abstractions from different cultures, can get something out of the work that you've done, which is absolutely phenomenal. I also appreciate the kind of work, the research work that you presented before you showed your work, the context that you established.
Thank you very much. Actually, I want to add something, which is, as you said, that square is the second important geometrical form after circle, and square represents stability, truth, and that's why the most sacred, holy place for Muslims is the Kaaba, and Kaaba is a cube, is a square, and the movement around Kaaba is circling. So this is just to have this sort of link between the civilizations and traditions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your presentation, and it was really fascinating. The interesting point for me was that when you showed the early samples of a square script, they didn't include any dots, even for the words. Like one of the examples that you shown, it includes the word sheikh, and it didn't have any dots, so it leaves to the reader to recognize, to apply dots according to the content of the script. But on your own examples, you added dots in all the logos, which it was really creative for me that you are adding one of the most important symbols within the Arabic script. Was it something that happened through the design, or was it intentionally to add dots into the square scripts?
Actually, when you come to design square-graphic, there is a logic behind that. You have, first of all, to understand the basic forms of the Arabic letter forms. So you have to have them, when you apply them inside that closed geometrical shape, you have to have them right. So the Aleph, for instance, has a straight shape, and this straight shape could be upright and could be horizontal. So, and when you come to the Jim, it has to look like G. Otherwise, it's going to be just like, you know, wasting of space. So dots, this style of calligraphy, dots are not important. But for me, they are very essential because the whole design based on dot, on square dot. So in most of my works, I try hard to keep dots visible and available in these designs. But what we can't add to this script is the harakat, what do you call it, the vocalization marks, fatha, kasra, dhamma, because these harakat mainly done when we go to the cursive styles, harakat done with a light and thin pen, which is not available here because all squares are equal. You see, so the only two vowels, let us say, that we can apply is shadda and sukoon, hamza. So hamza could be applied like taking one square only to write small hamza, so it's not going to be with the same size of the other letters. Or we can use one square for doing shadda. And when we draw shadda or hamza, again they are they follow the same principle, black and white and space and gap. So.
Thank you. I think it was a really perfect invention adding to that square script. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? On the back, please.
First, like, really amazing work, really beautiful presentation, and it's really nice to see someone like you who's, let's say, a calligrapher, describing himself as a calligrapher, but as a scholar as well, presenting
just try to sound,
kind of work. Yeah. My question is, you mentioned that the Kufi was not, let's say, originated in Kufa. So where do you think it started, and where did it, like, which part of the Islamic world did it flourish?
Okay. When I said that this Kufic, I meant this style of Kufic, which is everywhere named like squared Kufic. And this type of Kufic is not Kufic because it's not originated in Kufa. Kufa, one of the major and historical cities in Iraq. This established in Central Asia. But, you know, scholars who research in Arabic calligraphy, they all the time using the term of Kufic to identify these styles, the rigid styles that we use ruler and pencil and pens in order to do them, to write, not to write them, to draw them. You see, so that's why they took this term and give it to the square Kufic. And this square Kufic term, by the way, is very recent. It's not far than more. The earliest that we can spot it out in the research books and references, it goes back to 19th century. So before that was called Ma'qili or Bina'i. That's related to the monuments. So that's why, and one of the French scholars, he used to call it Kufi Khat Murabba, but his term didn't meet and didn't receive acceptance from other scholars. So that's why it kept not spread out and not in use. And square Kufic became the most popular, and it's not accurate. I'm not going to say it's not right, but it's not accurate because Kufic is not related or connected to this style, and easily we can call it al-Kufi al-Khatt al-Murabba, like when you call al-Diwani, al-Khatt al-Diwani, Khatt al-Nasta'liq, something like that. So just to add something or to correct something about this beautiful and historical design. And one of the, I came across one of the comments or description about this style of Kufic. Some of the Western photographers, he captured a photograph from one of the monuments, and he called it ancient bar code. I like it, ancient bar code, beautiful, because it looks like somehow the barcode that we are using now for, for goods and things. Yes.
Okay. There, on the left, please.
So I have a question. So Kufic, it's very clear it appeals to the modern taste. But one big criticism I've heard a lot is the illegibility of it. So do you have any tips for people who design in Kufic, how to make it legible while still being artistic?
It's a very, very good question and very difficult question, because, design method, design process, it's not easy. And when you come to SquareScript, you have two major things that you need to think about. First thing is the text that you are going to put inside a certain space, and the geometrical space, whether this geometrical space is square, circle, rectangular, triangle, whatever. So there are two different things. It's not one letter that you repeat it inside the space. It's a text, and the text has very important. It has rules that when you connect ba with a jim, it's different when you connect ba with the ain or ba with the mim. So, and also you have to start from a certain point. It's not an easy to explain, because you are talking about the design process, how you think about fitting that text inside that inside a certain geometrical form. So some designers, they could start from below going right with clockwise. Some starts from the center. Some starts from top going like lines. It depends on the background that you have from learning the whole picture about Arabic styles, fonts. And in my book, I made it very clear that to understand how to design SquareScript, you have to understand the basic letter forms of Arabic calligraphy, of the Arabic alphabets, and to understand how they connected with each other, and how to make it legible and readable. It's different from person to another person, and it has endless possibilities, this type of calligraphy.
Okay. Just last question here, and we'll finish this session here in the front.
My question is in continuation of this gentleman. I think because of the square form, was it sometimes you have to compromise your meaning of the letter, and that square become a constraint for you? You understand my?
Yes. It's each calligraphy style, whether thuluth, Jali Diwani, when we're talking about the cursive styles, some of these, or the major styles, they made a very nice decorative designs. So it catches you as a design before you start understanding what's written there. And many people, they fail to understand what's written there, but they love the design. So that's why sometimes square Kufic or SquareScript, thuluth, and mainly Jali thuluth are used as a decorative elements on buildings, inside and outside. Maybe many people, they admire the design, but it doesn't compromise the meaning. It depends on how much you understand what's written there. But the meaning is there, but you need to figure it out and to understand what's written there. And maybe you don't need to understand, you just love the whole thing. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Nasser for this interesting presentation. which should open minds for designers to start think about design, especially logos with this kind of scripts. So I would like to ask Dr. Isam and Dr. Antoine if you please to give souvenir for our keynotes.
Yeah, so we move on to the next and the last speaker session for the day. Just before we start the typo quiz, so we have Agnieszka, very tough to, yeah. She's a Polish Japanese Academy of Information Technology from Poland. She's going to talk about Type Unite, a typographic dialogue, local and global. This is followed by Joanna Ibrahim. If the person is there, can come on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for accepting my paper, and thank you for the audience that you are still here. I would like to introduce myself because I know that professor had a problem with my name and surname. I always start my presentation with explanation how to pronounce it. My name is Agnieszka, but you can call me Aga. But I also ask my colleague from Dubai to write it in Arabic so that you know what the name is. I would like to invite you to a kind of typographic journey. As you know, I am a representative of Poland. I am a professor at the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology when I work in new media department. The first part of my presentation is devoted to students' work, and I would like to somehow introduce you to our beautiful landscape, but to be more serious, to show you example how we read text, international text, in very local landscape. Can we switch the light off a bit? This is an example how we can read the text letter by letter, but actually also combining what is local with global. Another example that I wanted to share with you is totally different. It is personal problem of a person who had a problem with careless writing. That person during the process of study discovered Wolfgang Weingart experiment, so it is very personal and local problem with writing with Polish, which is quite difficult, and combining it with very international problem, global, legibility and illegibility of the text. That student decided to develop a program which is very easy. You have to just combine letters from the elements you have. There are 3 levels in this program. Please take a look how it works. The next example is a collection of handwritten letters by global community and combining it with programming. It is, just let's imagine that I ask everybody of you to write one letter, and then we combine those letters into one. We will get a kind of an alphabet which is in progress.
You will like my sense of style. You will like my sense of style. You will like my sense of style. You will like my sense of style. You will like my sense of style. You will like my sense of style.
H, I, J, K, L, E, M, N, N, O.
German, bold. German, bold. German, bold. German, bold. German, bold. Italic.
U, P, R, S, Š, T, U, W, Y, Z, Z.
That was the result, but now please take a look on the process, both from the programming and from the person who is the user. Every participant could compare his letter with others' letter, and there was no one the same shape. The text message is the bigger project that I conduct in 2016 with 100 of students together with French universities. The idea of the project is very simple. Just my students were an inspiration to do this because I note that they communicate with themselves, just sending messages via messenger or by mobile, even though they are in the same class. So we decided to do that. We sent messages to French university and asked them to answer in a typographical poster. I should to add that that project was a part of ATPI conference. subject of my speech, the Type Unite project. And this part I produced and in a bit different way. I just recorded my voice to be on time. So just take a breath and relax. Polish, of course.
Nowadays, when typography has entered new challenges of digitalization, I believe that experiment can find an important use in education, allowing students to discover different technical solutions in poster design and the wider area of communication. Type Unite is an international initiative which brings together typography departments from different universities. Every year, the professor participating in the project prepare a brief which sets out a specific topic. The students from participating typography departments then execute the poster design brief. Finally, the best projects from each university are exhibited and published in the catalog, which aims is to initiate a dialogue regarding the different approaches to the same topic. The ideas vary between individuals, but also often between the countries. For example, in the language relation edition, the students from Korea focused on using Hangul, whereas European students resorted to English in their designs. Type Unite, I also realized that at first students try to use the resources such as fonts already available on their computers and found it challenging to convey an idea using only letters without a picture. However, through the process of experimentation, the students switched to designing their own letters, often using everyday materials such as bricks, threads, feathers, bread, sugar, price labels, bills, or water. For the project, experimental typography was a chance for them to cross the borders, not only the geographical, but also their own.
With this, I would like also introduce the works from another continent than mine, from South America. This will be a set of works conducted by my colleague Monica Costa-Torres from Ecuador. So you can compare different approaches that we represent in the same group, Type Unite. As for crossing the borders, though only not geographical one, my students very often said, "Oh, professor, I think that typography is a universe. I think that they are right." Through this typographical journey, I just want to share my big issue, can typography to create an auxiliary language that would be understandable by everyone. This is, I think, the biggest issue for the future. Although there is still more questions than answers in typography, my student will answer to this: never give up. I would like to finish my presentation with the message from my students, a very positive one and not the very serious one. Thank you for spending with me this time with geographical journey. Thank you very much.
So we have the next presentation titled When James and Leo Want to Tell Us a Story, the linguistic and the typographic choices made by the advertising agencies in Lebanon and what they tell us about the culture and design. This is by Jumana Ibrahim from the Lebanese American University in Lebanon.
Oh, the colors are completely off, but it's okay. First, I would like to thank everybody who stayed. You're so resilient to listen to me as the last presentation. So I would like to introduce James and Leo, James Walter Thompson and Leo Burnett. So both of them are pioneers in the advertising world, and their counterpart in Lebanon, so Ramzi Najah from JWT, and my mentor, Shara Mzannar from Leo Burnett. So as you can understand, I have a background in advertising, but I'm in academia now. But today I want to talk about how, so when James and Leo want to tell us a story and how in Lebanon we choose languages and type to talk to our audiences. So we're going to look briefly at languages in Lebanon, then how we are using languages in Lebanese ads. Are we actually using English, or are we mainly focusing on Lebanese and Arabic? Then the use of type in all this mix, the case of Egypt, because Egypt is a very interesting case study. And finally, how does this all apply in higher education? So just for those who don't know Lebanon, I want to introduce how we speak in Lebanon, but very roughly. I'm not a linguist. So basically, there are 4 languages: French, probably a few more, but French, Arabic, English, and Armenian. Armenian, I won't go there because I'm not Armenian. I don't understand it. And within Arabic, we have Modern Standard Arabic, which is the Fusha or literary Arabic, and then we have Lebanese that we call in Lebanon Darij. In English, so there's English, but there's also a very heavy use of English, Latin type in Arabic, especially when it comes to online communication. So language in Lebanon, as you can see within all this mix, becomes a tool of self-identification. So we have Western influence, but we also have Oriental heritage. So the choice of language in Lebanon, whether it's Arabic, English, or French, is a tool to convey one's political, religious, and cultural views. So let's see what happens in Lebanese ads. What I looked at are around 200 ads, but offline. I didn't look at online ads. So mainly I looked at TV, I looked at out of home, outdoor, and print. So I looked at it, but I selected 88 ads in the last decade. And my selection criteria was based on 3 main items. The most popular. So what are the most popular ads? They're the ones who were very heavily discussed online by bloggers or ad agency or whatever. And we have the biggest spenders in 2013 and 2016. And finally, we have the winners. So big advertising agencies in Lebanon really rely on award shows. So we're going to look at languages in these 3 categories. So if we look at the populars and the spenders, the main language used is Lebanese, and it's not Modern Standard Arabic, it's Lebanese. It's the way we speak in Lebanon. So it's 48%, followed by English, which is 25%. English mainly, as you can probably guess, is used for luxury products and for very niche products. We will get to English later. And what my biggest surprise was to find that bilingual ads were less common than monolingual ads. So bilingual ads are 24%, and according to the interviews that I conducted in various advertising agencies in Lebanon, creative directors have told me that clients in general much prefer to work with 1 language than with 2 languages, because the message gets across much easier. And then MSA, so Modern Standard Arabic, 2%, and the death of French. So French was used not a lot, but more often in the 80s and the 90s. And what I really like about this example is that although it's super sexist, but I'm not going there, what happened is that the ad was in French offline, but the responses were in English online. So according to creative director Odile Riashi from Grey, she would tell you that whenever they're testing an ad, they can tell right away from the online responses if the language has come across or not, and whether they should change the language. So, so that's a very good example of that. Now, so when do we use English in Lebanese ads? And why do we use it? So according to studies that were done in the use of advertising in countries that use bilingual type or languages, what happens is that English is used to look modern, to look luxurious, to look young, and so on. So you can have a bank, and banks usually are, you know, they talk to the mass, but then you can have niche products within a bank that target a specific audience. Or if you want to appeal to a younger demographic and look hipster and cool, and you're launching a new beer, Lebanese brew, and you use English. But what's really interesting is that there has been a resurgence of interest in Arabic/Lebanese among the Lebanon's younger generation. So if we look at another beer ad, which is Beirut beer, what Beirut beer is trying to position themselves as, they want to appeal to a young demographic, but they want to look cool in Lebanese. So here we have a few examples. So apart from niche audiences and luxurious products, when is English mostly used? Is it to win awards? Let's look at numbers. In my findings, I looked at the winners, the shortlist, and the winners of the Cannes Lions and the Dubai Links from the past 5 years. And I'm looking at only Lebanese ads that were produced in Lebanon and not Dubai. So 37.5, so the biggest number goes for Lebanese and pure Lebanese. So what happens is that for the jury to understand, obviously everything is translated, but it's not part of the ad. It comes in an edit and it comes as a subtitle. Bilingual is on the same length, and I want to show you an example of an ad that ran in Lebanon and that won in the Dubai Links, and that is a very good representation of bilingual.
Hello. Hello. Bonjour. Kurt, it's a sedan car with full insurance.
Yes.
What is your religion, Kurt?
Excuse me?
Christian, Muslim?
I'm Christian.
Okay, Allah, come. I have the perfect car for you. Look, it's a safe car. At night, there is no street lights, and Rita will light the roads for you. If you're driving على الأوتوستراد, drive and don't think about potholes. ما potholes في عندك margaritas. He will protect. And if you feel lost,
there are no signs?
No signs. انسى signs. مار أنطونيوس البدواني. He will find the way for you. صلي بإيدك على وجهك و don't worry. يلا.
So the voiceover is bilingual, but the pack shot was changed to English just for the words, but it's originally in Lebanese. So where is English? Where is it hiding? It's 21%, and there's a reason why English is not used to win awards, because juries want to see authenticity, and they will not feel authenticity if the ad relies heavily on English or feels very Western. So they really look at insights, they look at language, and so on. And this is a very good example. This one in Dubai Links and at the Cannes Lyon. So Bou Khalil, for those who don't know, is a supermarket. So it's mass. And they did this beautiful campaign that is based on English, and that is part of their corporate social responsibility, strategy. But then off Links and off Cannes, what happens? This is Bou Khalil. I mean, there's a big discrepancy. And then not applicable are ads that won but that don't have languages. So where is the use of type in all this crazy mix? So type, as we all know, is the visualization of language. So what happens in Latin? How are we using Latin type? So again, when I looked at the 88 ads, I realized that mostly what agencies were agencies were mostly using sans serif, and followed by a display, and then a mix, and then another mix. So, and then what happens when we are using Arabic? Basically, the biggest winner goes to modern, and I would like to thank Rana for helping me classify the typefaces here. But so, why is modern heavily used? Because it's easy to find, it's easy to download, they're highly pirated, but also they're easy to couple with English sans serif type. 9% only use traditional type, and then display 30% and script 2%. So again, back in the 90s, they used, whenever ads relied on script, they used to hire a calligrapher, and then they used to wait for the calligrapher to deliver the work, and so on. This is almost not possible anymore because they run out of time, and they really have very squeezed budgets. And then we have mix and match. So I love this example. These were recycling bins that were disposed by Almaza, which is the #1 beer in Lebanon, and they were asking people to recycle the glass in them. And what happened is that a few days later, there were handwritten signs that said, "Please do not throw your garbage in these bins." So how do Arabic and Latin couple? They don't. In most of the time, if we have a bilingual ad, we would never put Arabic and Latin together for legibility reason, for hierarchy reason, and so on. So I want to just make a small detour via Egypt. And why do I want to do that? Because Egypt has positioned itself, it's been a few years, as a really reference in the advertising world, because they're very good at collecting insight, they're very good at communicating with their people using Egyptian. So, sorry, just so you understand, so also Egypt, so there's this, the English proficiency test that is taken by countries around the world every year, and in 2019, English saw a big decline in the use of English and in the level of English. So I'm going to show you now 2 ads for the same brand. So it's McDonald's. This is the Lebanese ad.
Looks like no one told you. Download the McDonald's app and...
Okay. So, spoken Lebanese, written pack shot in English. Now let's look at Egypt.
اوكي خلاص انا هكلم نظمه واشرح له الموضوع كله. خلاص يا سيدي انا هشرح له الموضوع مفيش مشاكل. هرجع واكلمك تاني. هاشم انت محتاج تحلق دقنك يا ابني شويه، ما بتبصش نفسك في المرايه.
العملاء كلهم اشتكوا.
بس انا عايز اقول لكم على حاجه. قول.
دلوقتي انا بحلق ب 40 جنيه.
ماشي.
البيج ماك كومبو ب 39 جنيه.
نعم.
وطبعا كل ما اجي احلق اطلب كومبو.
بطاطس وكوكا وكده؟
طبعا.
انا بحب البطاطس بتاعتهم قوي. مخربشه.
قوي.
مقرمشه.
طبعا.
محبشه. فيها حاجه كده مش عنشه.
هتشاف محفظتي يا جماعه؟
ايه اللي في ايدك ده؟ ماك تشيكن؟
ماك تشيكن
ابو 39 جنيه؟
مظبوط.
انا فهمت اللي بيحصل.
الكومبو اللي بتحبه هتحبه اكتر ب 39 جنيه.
So even the logo is in Arabic. So how does this, back to Lebanon, how does this all translate in higher education? Because this is where I am. And this is what my students face when the brief is bilingual. But then they get used to it. So we go through the typical channels of ethnography before we start any project, whatever it is, whether it's in advertising or in graphic design. We always immerse ourselves. So here we have field research that was undertaken at the Roumieh prison, so next to the Roumieh prison with families of prisoners. Then we collect insights, so that's another project, obviously. And then we come up with a concept. So here the concept, a few years ago we had electoral campaign in Lebanon, so I made my students work on pushing people to vote. So Lebanese people, so the insight that this student collected was that Lebanese people complain a lot about anything and everything. So vote, it's easier. And so she created these visuals. They're bilingual, and they're a reflection really of the market. So she worked on the English on one side and the Arabic on the other side. I need a few minutes and I'm done. And then even if we're working in a commercial, if we're working on a commercial product like Ojero, for example, this student worked on different languages. And what's interesting, again, another reflection of the market, and this is not me telling them how to do it, but here we have 2 ads that were done by 2 students for somehow similar products. So we're talking about craftsmanship. And the one that is working on silk, which is the most expensive product, has decided to work in English. Now, closer to us in town, and this is a subject that I hold very dear to my heart. So this is, there's a revolution ongoing in Lebanon at the moment. So I made my students work on poster design, and some of them are here. And it's very interesting. Yeah, you should be proud. And it's very interesting because I didn't give them, in the brief, I didn't really specify which language to use. So it was really up to them to express themselves and talk about the revolution the way they felt worked for them. And one of the students had his poster stenciled on the walls of Tripoli, and then it then it went. It was online again. So I would welcome every one of you to come to Lebanon and walk the streets of revolution and really have an idea through to the walls of the revolution of how we use language. And here is a photograph that I've taken and it really shows the very complex layer of languages in Lebanon. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. The floor is open for questions.
Fascinating presentations. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions for Jumana and one for Alicia. Jumana, the first question has to do with the comments you receive online. You mentioned you get some feedback online in respect of the advertisements. Can you tell us what kind of website or online access you have somewhere to a social network or a group of people? How do you get feedback in respect of those of the comments that you see in the advertisements? As well as the second part of my question has to do with any interpretations you give to your results. How do you interpret the percentages that you get from the content analysis that you do regarding typefaces? Have you tried to explain them and see any possible mappings or outcomes that relate to maybe politically or socially? And for Alicia, I would like to ask whether the students that are trying to be united through type, where they're given the words that we are watching in those wonderful results are given through the project, or do the students decide themselves what linguistic messages they should use in their projects? Thank you very much, both.
So the first question was about how do we, what are the programs that are available to track the responses to a campaign online. So there is a whole digital department now. So when I left advertising, digital was starting to be very big, but now they have established digital departments to track these things. So I'm not sure exactly how, I'm sure there are some sorts of algorithms or whatever, but I'm not an expert in that field. I'm not sure, but I could put you in touch with people if you're interested. Concerning the second question, I didn't hear it very well. Can you repeat it? No, actually. Is it how, so, yeah.
Have you tried to interpret the results?
The results, the percentages?
Yes,
how,
the percent.
Okay, so I'm a bit of a geek. I did them manually. So on Excel, but that's how I got the results.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Could you please repeat the question, because I understood some words, but some were missing.
My question is about the words that the students use. Do you give them to them, or do they improvise?
How they?
How do they choose the words they will use in their posters?
In the poster project, now
Yes.
I understand. This is a very good question, because I actually explained it in my presentation that every year we set a brief in which we set specific thema, usually by one word. For example, in 2019 there was a theme consume. Now, if I am not mistaken, the group is going to take the word identity, but not only interpret the word, but the wider phenomena, which is identity that was taken today in many presentations. What does it mean, identity today?
Yeah, there's a question here.
Thank you for your presentations. Actually, one of my questions from Jomana was about the methodology that you used to come up with the percentages, and it was answered. Thank you. But the other question that I have is from Agnieszka. Sorry if I mispronounce your name.
Very good pronunciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the animations that you showed, the first one was about one of your students was using a software in order to play with the letter forms. It was like a game or something. But did you consider the anatomy of letter forms in that, or was how did the student break one letter form into different parts? Was it any logic behind that, using the anatomy of Latin letter forms, or was it just based on the how is it here with the software?
Okay. To be more specific, I am a teacher of the whole program of typography, and of course we have that part which is anatomy of letter. But the project that I share with you all was not about terminology, anatomy, not that kind of project. There were projects that raises a specific question. For example, how to solve the problem individual with illegibility or careless writing. That specific project you asked for with the letters was how we can combine individuality with technology, because almost all projects that we do at our university is combined with new technologies. But there were not just first year's students' work, because we, at the beginning of the study, we take these subjects such as anatomy or terminology.
Thank you.
A question for Agnieszka. I really appreciate that you have been collaborating with students from other universities, other countries, and then bringing students together to work collectively on a brief. I only had one question or a doubt. Your very first slide, your very first visual showed these letters floating in the water.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what it meant.
The question is what the letters meant.
Yeah, no, what did that whole action of making the letters float in the water mean?
What the letters represented, yeah? That is the question, because the sound is not good from the microphone.
Oh, I see. No, it's not just the letters, but the action of making them float into the water. What did that mean?
Very good question. It is connected with the text, how time flies. If you put something into the water, it means that it's gone. It is very philosophical. Actually, there was not time to explain each project in that way, so just I wanted to share some impression that I have.
That's it. Thanks so much. Yeah. Thank you. Hello. So I'm going to call Uday Kumar to come on stage. Where is Uday? Oh, he's here. Okay. So just to have an announcement, there was a workshop session on critical thinking, capacity building, and knowledge amplification. This is conducted by Aya Salmi from Cumulus, along with Alok Nandi from IXT. Yeah, so what we've done is that, tomorrow we'll break for lunch between 1 and 2, and we'll meet here at 2 o'clock. This is of great importance to people who are teaching, who are professionals, and even students can pitch in. Okay, so the session is for about 45 to 1 hour. So we'll do it immediately after 2 o'clock tomorrow. So this is just a pre-announcement. We'll announce it again tomorrow.
Yeah. A very good evening to all. I know it's not the right time to be here on the stage to give another lecture, so I completely understand you are all very exhausted and you wanted to go out to have a fresh air. But hold on for some more time. I hope to make it a lot more interesting and entertaining, hopefully. Yeah. So we often have this quiz at the end of the first day and every type of day. I mean, since 2014, I've been having this quiz program. And this is primarily aimed at the school, for the students. Yeah, it's not for the professionals or for the faculty members. This is just to kind of refresh your understanding of typography from various point of view. So I would now request any of the students who are remaining to raise your hand so that we can form teams. So then we can just come over in the first row to sit. Yeah? So probably I can see two Indian students, so they can form one team. And hopefully from the host institute, if some of the students are still there, yeah, please, I would be glad so that we can start off very quickly instead of just wasting time. So we need 5 teams, at least 2 people in one team. You can just come over and just join. So maybe in the first row, you can just sit in, so we can quickly start that. Yeah, don't worry, it's going to be fun, and hopefully, yeah, so. I think there's no space here. So probably you can sit in these first 2 seats, yeah? One team can sit in these 2 seats, and you can leave 2 seats and leave 2, yeah. Yeah, 2, and yeah, 2 maybe there, that side. Yeah. Buzzers, I'm the buzzer. So, I will coordinate, don't worry. So I just want you to sit together as a team. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you can sit in that side. Two person in one team, and we need 5 teams. Is it clear? Oh, you can just sit. It's okay. It's just fun. Yeah, don't worry too much. Yeah, just sit together. It's okay. Yeah, 4. You are in one team, is it? You are single. Okay, then you can sit here. All the best. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. One more team we need. If anybody can just, or you guys can split into 2 teams. Yeah. Yeah, you can sit off 1 seat later. Okay. Yeah. So I think we can get started because very less people and we may want to go. Okay, so there are 5 rounds. In each round, I'll just give you rules and regulations you may see on the screen. Everything is very clearly spelled. So I think this person will be first team, and this second, third, fourth, and the back row will be the 5th team. Okay, and we also have audience questions. And if you answer, you get an exciting prizes, which is basically chocolates. So we'll start with the first team, the person here. May I know your good name, please? You can give one mic to them.
Asil Awad.
Yeah, which university you're from?
Right here, Applied Science.
Great. Probably a brief introduction will be great. Team 2.
Vajanti from JJ Institute of Applied.
Pallavi from UL, University of the Arts, London.
Yeah, some of you are left. Please give them a big applause. They are courageous enough to participate in this quiz. So, yeah, please.
Rita from the Lebanese University.
Great.
Nancy from the Lebanese University. Hiwa Abi Khalil from Lebanese American University.
George from the Lebanese University. Sorry for the loud voice.
Thank you. Maybe the back row, there's the last team. You can just please introduce yourself.
Sarah Abdel from the Lebanese American University.
Amira from the Lebanese American University. Tatiana Khalil from the same university.
Okay. Yeah.
Margarita Mansour.
Okay, so more people
From the same university.
Gael from the same university.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So we'll start with the first team with, I can't pronounce your name, so we'll just call it team 1. I hope we have a scorer. I think madam is keeping scoring. Yeah, so she's, thank you. And you get only 10 seconds since we are very running short of time, so we want to be very quick. So if you don't answer, we'll just give you a pass. So there's a 10 points for the correct answer. This is the first round is just objective type questions, so the options are already there, so you just have to kind of identify which option is the correct answer. Yeah. So I'll just move on to the first line. First question to the team 1. Which of these typefaces has an airline serif? Most of them are very basic typography. Yeah, so there are options there. You may just wanted to choose which one is the right one.
Clarendon?
Clarendon, it's not the right answer. Well, okay, since there's no past question, anybody can tell the right answer?
Bodoni.
Yeah, very good. Bodoni is the right answer. Clarendon has a slab serif, but it's a different category. Okay, team 2, your question. Leading refers to, again, very basic. Fundamentals of typography. Yeah, please, you can answer. Yeah.
Line spacing.
No, your question will come. Yeah. So line spacing is the correct answer. Team 2 gets 10 points. Team 2, 10 points. Yeah, they said the correct answer. So each team will get a question. So you just have to watch the screen. I'll just ask the question. Yeah. So. Okay. What is the ratio of A4 size sheet? We often use this, but we don't actually know what's the ratio. I know you might know the dimension. What is the ratio? Yes?
Wait, I'm trying to calculate.
Okay, be quick. There's a simple mathematics in each of these options.
A?
A. Okay, why is that?
It's 29.7 by 21 centimeters.
Okay, that's right dimension, but why is this 1:1.414? Actually, all the DIN, which is the ISO standards for the paper size, are all in √2 ratios, yeah? 1:2. So √2 is 1.414, and the B is the golden ratio, and the C is √3, and the D is just half. So DIN standards, which comes from the German standards initially, and that's what the A size, paper size, A4 series uses, yeah? √2 ratio. The A is the correct answer, basically. They get 10 points. As a designer, you should start knowing about various aspects of design that we use. Yeah? So the question is to team 5. The popular typeface Gill Sans originated from which country? Again, we often use this Gill Sans in our designs. Yeah? So you should know which country. I think it goes to the team 5. Oh, sorry, team 4. Yeah. Germany, England, France, Netherlands.
Germany.
Why is it Germany? Just a guess. Anybody knows the answer? Yeah, please. England. Yeah, it was designed by Eric Gill in 1928. It was released by the Monotype Corporation. So it's one of the famous typefaces. In fact, BBC News uses this Gill Sans when Neville Brody took over as the art director of BBC. So he had completely changed the choice of the typeface for them. They don't get marks. I think it's the wrong answer.
Don't we get marks?
No. Team 5. Who wrote the following book, Asymmetric Typography? Frutiger, Carson, Schicol, Pim Kroll. All great people, great designers, typographers. At least make a guess if you don't know. No, your turn will come. They'll let them answer. That's their team. Yes?
C.
C. John Chicol. Sure?
Yes.
That's the correct answer. Yeah. In the 1920s, he was inspired by a Bauhaus exhibition, and he just wanted to completely change the way typography is being conventionally designed. So he came up with this idea of modern typography, and one of the things he wrote in the book is asymmetrical typography. I think we had finished one round, so we'll have the next second set of questions. Again, we'll start with the team one. Yeah? In early Vox ATA-PI classification, typefaces are classified into how many categories? Like, basically, he divided into entire typeface into certain categories. Yeah? And how many numbers they are. Within that, he has subcategories to classify typefaces. Again, this is basic typography first year course classification of typefaces.
I will take a guess, though. Say 9.
9 is the correct answer. Yes. Oh, she made a right guess. Team 1 gets 10 points. Okay. Team 2, who is known for creating the first italics typeface? And he's a famous printer. He also revolutionized printing at that time. And after that, many people tried to imitate him, copy, and it changed the book design, in fact. He created a set of a category in terms of book design itself, you can say. Who are the printers? Okay.
Is it Baskerville?
John Baskerville is not the right answer. Yeah, I think somebody from whoever raising their hands.
It's answer D, Aldous Manutius.
Yeah, Aldous Manutius is the right answer. He has the Aldous press. Yeah? She was the first person to kind of come up with an italics type. But they don't get marks because I said there's no pass question. Okay? Team 3. International typographic style is also known as. This was another big movement in the 1960s, which a lot of people started to kind of design in certain manner, which was called as this. And the people who were associated with the style were predominantly from this region. That's why it's called that. And I don't want to give you more clues. Quick. Time is running out.
I'm going to say B, it's Swiss.
Swiss style, yes. It's the right answer. Yeah. Otel Leisure, Max Bill, and these are the people who were, and Joseph Muller-Brockmann, who created this international typographic style. Basically, they are all from Swiss. So, yeah. So, team 4, your question. I just asked it. Joseph Muller-Brockmann is known for?
Type design.
That's the wrong answer. Okay, you could just tell. Yeah. Yes, grid system. Very good. He has a book on grid system. Yeah, it's very, very popular and famous. Most of the graphic designers often look up to that book. Yeah. They don't get a mark. It's a grid system. So, team 5, your question. Who is known for the book cover design? Book cover design. He's just prolific in his designs and
Chip Kid.
That's the right answer. Team 5 gets 10 points. Yeah. He's a brilliant designer. He has done numerous cover designs, and all of them are excellent. Yeah. So that's the end of the first round. So we may quickly wanted to see the scores of the teams. If Madam can, Dr. Lina can kind of tell the team scores. Yeah.
First team 10.
Okay.
Okay, team 1 is 10, team 2 is 10, team 3 is 20, team 4 is 0, team 5, 10, and 20.
Oh, great. Team 2 and team 5 are all 20.
So 3 and 5 are equal now.
Yeah. So this is an audience question. Who designed the Comic Sans typeface? Anybody knows? This is for general audience. This is not counted for the points. Anybody who says the correct answer, you will get a chocolate. And that's what the organizers have given. Nobody knows? A. That's the correct answer. Vincent Conera is the designer of the Comic Sans. Maybe we can give her a chocolate that we got. One more question for the audience again. Who said this? Type is a designer's best friend. He's a great American graphic designer. I'm giving you a clue. Anybody can answer. Yeah?
Paul Brenner.
No, it's not Paul Rand. It's Lester Bale. Both of them are great graphic designers, but yeah, but he said this. Paul Rand said something else. Okay. Now we'll move on to the second round. Again, each round it builds on the interest, hopefully. But this one is, I don't know whether time will be there to play this one round. Okay, so similar to the first round, you'll be asked questions. Each team will get 2 questions. Yeah. So we'll start with team 1. But in this case, I'm not going to give you an option. So you have to define, yeah, depending on what the question is. So read the question properly. And if you have any doubts, you may ask. Yeah, so there's a pass for this. If you don't know, it goes to the team 2. So if you know the answer, then you get. So rest of them, please don't prompt if you know the answer. So you wait for your turn. What is a must-add in design?
Pass.
Pass. Okay, team 2, you get the option.
Must-add, it's on top of the newspaper, the name of the newspaper.
Correct answer. Yeah, it's the title of a publication. It's either a newspaper or a magazine. That's called the must-add. Yeah, as per the anatomy of type, magazine design is concerned. Okay, team 2. So you can read the answer there. Okay, if you're not familiar with the term. Define point size. Again, these are all fundamentals. So you should know what point size is. We use it. What is point size?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. How is it measured?
It is the X height or ascender descender of like from the top to the bottom of the size of the letter.
Size of the letter is fine, but what is the measure of the size of the letter?
Point.
You need to tell the measure, bro. What you can't answer this. This is for the students.
Pica?
Pica, no. Probably I can give you 5 points since you said it's a measure of type, but probably team 3, if you know the answer.
What do you mean by define point size?
Okay, what we call as point size? Which measure we call as point size? How is it defined? Time is running out. Okay.
Isn't it the leading? To measure the leading?
The measure of?
The leading?
No, not the leading. It's the measure of the distance between the ascender and the descender. It's called as the point size. It's the basic unit of type. Yeah? Did you say that? Okay, they said so you can give them 10 points. Yeah, team 2. Okay. They were saying excite ascender, descender, they were not clearly defining it. What is a diacritic mark? I think in your language it's more often used. I mean, rather, no, it's to team 3. Question is to team 3.
Pass.
Pass. Team 4.
Maybe it's when someone wants to do a dialogue.
Okay. Dialogue, you converse. Okay. Diacritic mark, anybody knows what diacritic mark is? Yeah. Don't Google search. Yeah, please. Yeah, I'm going to show the slide. Someone.
Like in Arabic, there is al-fatha, kasra, like that.
Okay, yeah. It's basically a sign to represent certain sounds in a certain language. It's additional to a letter which creates a certain sounds. Yes, that's called the diacritic mark. That's why diacritic marks are used.
5 points?
Yes, no, actually only one, the pass was for the team 4, so you don't get the marks. Yeah? Team 4, yeah. Yeah, you may want to Google it and later on check. Name the script that preceded Hebrew and Arabic. I think Professor Thomas Milo in the morning also mentioned about it, and some of the speakers also mentioned about it. It's your own script, so I think you should know the history a little bit of script that was before or which the Hebrew and Arabic got inspired or what at the roots. No? You can make a guess. Preceded means before Hebrew and Arabic. From many, but the immediate one.
Roman?
Okay, team 5, the past question goes to you. Don't look at the web, you need to answer from your bite. At least make a guess. No? I think time up. Yes. Aramaic, correct. That's the right answer. Yeah. But they don't get a point, but yeah. Team 5, your question. What is a bone folder? We often use it in, I'll give you a clue, in bookbinding, predominantly in bookbinding.
spine of the book where one.
What is that?
It's a tool. Yes.
It's a tool used for scoring, yeah? Yeah, it's called the bone folder. Yeah. For creasing and folding, and yeah. Yeah, they get 10 points. Yeah, 10 points to team 5, yeah? Okay, so we'll quickly move to the next round of questions. Again, team 1, what is a substrate? Against, it's substrate, they're all fundamentals. I mean, it's just, what is a substrate? What is it called? What is substrate is called?
Again, I pass.
Pass. These are all a little bit of technical term, but as a designer, we should be aware of it. Being in graphic, pass. Okay. Anybody knows what the substrate is? No. Any medium, any surface that's used for printing is called a substrate. A good example is a paper. We use paper for printing, so paper is called as a substrate. Yeah. So, team 2. What does LSB and RSB stand for in a font design? If you are working on a font design, this is an important parameter that you set so that you get the, I don't know what to spell out, I might give out the answer. Just expand what LSB is, RSB is. What does it mean? Left, right, then?
Left side bearing, right side bearing.
Correct answer, 10 points. Left side bearing and right side bearing, which is used for setting the space between the letters. Yeah, you need to set that when you design the typeface. Team 3, your question? 10 points, yes. What is an end paper or an end leaf?
Yeah, it's a paper at the end of the book before the last cover.
Yeah, that's correct answer. Basically, it's the paper that binds, it's a strong paper that binds the hard binding and the book itself. So that's called the end paper. Sometimes they're all decorated, printed, or it's just a plain paper. 10 points to team 3. What is an ideogram? This you should answer. It's just,
It's a symbol that represents idiom.
Idiom.
An action.
Okay, I can give it to them. It is something which depicts an idea or a concept. Yeah, it's a visual sign which depicts an idea or a concept. 10 points to team 4. Yeah, finally they make it to the scoreboard. Team 5. What is a pull quote? Pull quote, again, with magazine. I can tell you, again, giving an example. And it can be anywhere, but... Don't break the mic, so it's just... You need to answer to me, not to yourself, yeah? Otherwise, you don't get the points. Time is up. Yeah, quickly.
It's on the cover when you have like the title of an article.
The mic. Use the mic.
It's on the cover of the magazine when you have the title of an article or something. Something from inside?
No, that's not the right answer. Okay, pass will go to team 1. Team 1, I think. Yeah.
Isn't that a quote that seemingly looks like it just came out of nowhere on the cover of a magazine? And then you get the person that said that quote?
Not necessarily in the cover. It's basically a small text that is extracted from the body copy and put it as an element as a design element, yeah, to attract the viewers to the story. Yeah. So just a bit of information from the main text itself. Yeah, so that's full code. Nobody gets the answer, so I think, yeah. So which team will get the question now? One, okay. Yeah. Oh, I think we finished one round, no? So maybe end of the round 2, so we may get the score. Meanwhile, I'll ask the audience question. What is a signature, if anybody knows? Yes, not the signature with sign.
A bag of papers and a book, you bind them together. Basically, a book is a bunch of signatures bound together.
Exactly, correct answer. Yeah, very good. Yeah. No, this is just an additional. You get a chocolate though. I think you can give her a chocolate for the right answer. It's a printed sheet which is folded, and these folded sheets are then used for binding. Yeah? So typically it's in the multiples of 4. It's called the signature. Yeah, one more question for the audience. What is an overhang? These are all typographic terms. So, overhang, anybody has any idea what overhang is? Maybe don't hang on to the phone, just. Overhang is the extra portion that goes beyond the printed trim cut. Yeah? So the extra portion, especially in the hardbound or a soft cover, yeah? That's called as the overhang. Okay. So can we have the scores of the round 2? So, I think I'll be quick. So the rest of the rounds are very simple and they're of mostly visuals. Okay. Okay. After 2 rounds, team 1 is 10 points, team 2 30, team 3 30, team 4 10, team 5 30. Okay. There are 3 teams with the equal marks of 10, 30. Yeah, very good. So we have still more rounds to go. Sorry. Yeah. In this round, I'll give you a set of words. You may have to kind of connect all those words and find a commonality between them and tell me the commonality. Yeah? I'll show you an example. Yeah? So this, again, 10 points, past questions, 5 points. We have only 1 question in this round to speed up the quiz. For example, if, this is an example. Yeah? It's not a question for you. So in this, what is the commonality? They're all capital letter A. Yeah? So that's a commonality. So likewise, I'll be showing you a set of words. You need to kind of identify what binds them together. What is the common between all of them, yeah, into a single word. So we'll go with the team 5 as the first, yeah, since we'll go in the reverse order. Yeah. Okay, team 5, please look at the screen, your words. Paper, cloth, board, brush, thread, ruler. What is the connection between all of them? What are they related to? You may have to think a little. If you understand them.
Okay, they're all bold, same font.
No, not the design, but as a, words, not typeface. I gave an example. Yeah. Yeah, please use the mic.
They're used in binding.
Perfect. That's the correct answer. All of them are used for binding. Yeah, book binding is what the correct answer is. They get 10 points. Very good. Yeah. So, yeah, now to team 4, your set of words that you may want to look at it. Sociology, Aiga, Surfing, Amsterdam, Magazine, New Collage. Maybe you may not know New Collage, but sociology, surfing should give you. I'll give you one more clue, Reagan. Reagan. I can't give you more. That's the best clue I can give you. Reagan. Reagan is a magazine. No, wait, let them answer. Your turn will come. No, wait, they have to answer. Yeah, just.
Advertising?
No.
Magazine?
Yeah. Okay, team 3, time up.
Can it be a person?
Yes, it's a person.
Is it David Carson?
David Carson is the correct answer. He is an IIT gold medalist. He is right now in Amsterdam. His new book which is coming up is the New Collage. He designs magazines and he's a surfer and he's basically a sociologist. Yeah, he's a professor in sociology but moved to graphic design. Yeah. Okay, the team 3, your question. Masthead, folio, publication, byline, kicker, gatefold.
Newspaper?
Or magazine.
Magazine is the right answer because the gatefold, nowadays, of course, even newspapers have, but it's the right answer. Yeah, magazine. Yeah, masthead, publication, kicker is all, they're all terms used in a magazine. Yeah, correct answer. Very good. Team 2, your question. Matrix, keyboard, magazine, caster, slug, spaceband. Think a little bit. A slug is a caster, and slug should give you the keyboard and caster also. Yeah, so. Yeah, let's their question, so you may have to hold on. No idea. Team 1? Nothing. Okay, team 3, it looks like they are very enthusiastic to answer this question, so. Yes?
Layout or InDesign?
No. What is spaceband? Anybody knows? Anybody can make the connection? Spaceband. I'll explain. First, if somebody says the answer, then I'll. Okay, it's a linotype machine. Yeah, the spaceband is used for justifying the text when you type. Yeah, in a linotype machines, the text are typed first in the keyboard, and then these texts are then made into a. There's a magazine which falls on once you press a key, and the magazines are all set into sentences, and the mold is set, and you create slugs, which is basically the lines. Yeah, you cast line by line, and the lines are put together. And then printing happens, yeah, you tie them up together. And spaceband is used to make the justification between these letters when you have a justified space, like a left alignment, right alignment in a paragraph setting, no? So that's where the spaceband comes in. Okay, yeah. So team 1, I think, your question? Yes. Tree, reverse, silk, China, relief, pattern. When I say China, it's not Corona. Yeah, please. You can think a little bit. Silk is again, silk and China, reverse.
Are they printing styles or screening or printing styles?
Yeah, you are close to it. Can you tell specifically, because the terms are specific. Tree, can you make anything tree associate with tree? Earlier times, what we used to do. Can't think? Okay, team 5. I think the past question goes to team 5. Yeah, can you tell me what is the associations? Quick, we may lose time. Time up. Anybody knows the answer? Printing press? No. Oh, it can be specific. Block printing. It's a wood block printing. Yeah. So China was one of the earliest countries who started the block printing. Yeah, and they used silk for the printing purpose, and then paper. Yes. Yeah, relief. Block printing is a relief technique. Yeah. Oh, chocolate. Yeah. Can you please give Dr. Santosh chocolates? Yeah. And patterns, mostly textile industry, if you look at it, they use a block printing for, especially in India. So, this is for the audience question. So, till we get this course. Audience, anybody can answer. Pictogram, Rotis, German, Ulm, Lufthansa, branding. Yes, sir? Hotel Leisure, that's the correct answer. Yeah. I think sir gets a chocolate. Yeah. Pictogram, he was famous for the 1972 Munich Olympics pictograms, which become a trend center. A lot of people copy that now. And Rotis is the typeface that Asia designed. He's a German. He also was one of the founding members of Ulm Design School. And Lufthansa, he has done extensive branding for Lufthansa and various other companies. Yeah. Branding was one of his strengths. Yeah. So he was basically a graphic designer. I think one last question for this round for the audience, if anybody knows This is a tough one, but if people are very much into typography and type design, you should be able to crack it. Otherwise, it's a very difficult question. Maybe you can guess. It's a person. All of them are typefaces. They are all designed by Morris Fuller Benton. Okay, so we'll get to know the scores of the end of the round 3. Now it's going to be a fun round. Though I wish I'll try to be quicker. So then, so in this, you get to. I'll show you some image, and I will ask you questions based on the image. Yeah. So you get 10 points, and pass mark is 5 points. Okay. Okay. I think nobody scored in this round except for team 3, who got 50 points. Yeah, who are now at the 50 points. Yeah, very good. They are the one who are leading. Hopefully, the other teams can compete. I think as per the score, maybe in the previous round. Okay. Yes? Yeah, I think team 5 is 10 points in this round. Again. Yeah. No chocolate. They get a prize. Yes, Professor Isam had arranged for a wonderful prize for them. Okay, so I'll move on directly to the question. Now it's question to the team 5, because we don't have time. So, who designed this identity? Another famous designer. Who? I mean, you can, when you say underground, you can very much associate with that designer only. Yeah. So he's the only person whom you can relate to. No idea? Just say any designer's name, it's okay. Not me. That's too early. Okay, it's going to be a pass. Team 4. Do you know anybody? You can't take so much time. People are all waiting. They want to go back. No idea?
It's a Britain.
Yeah, of course.
British guy.
Underground is in Britain. So that's not the answer. You need to tell the person.
Greenwich.
Is it? Okay, time. Anybody knows? Edward Johnston. Another chocolate. Yeah. He also designed the typeface for them, and it is on which Gill's answer also was inspired and designed by Eric Gill. He worked under Edward Johnston. Okay. Team 4, your question. Who designed this poster? Again, it's a famous poster, and he is a famous person. And both the designer as well as the one whose poster is this. This was done for the 60th birthday of Kandinsky, Vasily Kandinsky. So, yes? No, it's not L. Lisitsky. It's not L. Lisitsky. But team, you.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Pass.
Okay. Team 3. It was designed by Herbert Bayer. Yeah, another prolific typographer. Yeah, it was unconventional to see a grid like this. Yeah, so he basically tilted the entire compositions and printed it. Usually you find this vertical and horizontal composition. So they were all experimenting in typography during the Bauhaus time. So Herbert Bayer was one of the, and of course there are a lot of experimentations they have done. So this is one of the examples, a good example of that. Yeah. Team 3, what is this red color part? Anatomy of type is called. Yeah, sir. Yeah, it is easy. I mean, if you are familiar with anatomy of type, you should be knowing it.
Is it a serif?
It is a serif, but in a sense, they are not exactly that. But okay, team 2. I think they don't.
The beak.
Beak, no.
Beak or the terminal.
Beak is specifically for something else. I can make another guess if you want. I'll give you a chance. Okay, anybody knows? Yes? It's not terminals. It's called the barb. Yeah, beak is mostly for the horizontal line. Yeah, that's the beak, but this is called, for the curvilinear letters, it's called the barb. Half serifs are typically, and the curvilinear strokes is called the barb. Okay, team 1, your question. What is this mission used for? Okay, team 2. Okay, I think that was a earlier one. This mission what is it called? Today, I think somebody showed an example of this with the Arabic print. I think keyholes. No idea? Wait. No, this will pass to team 1. If you don't know, then give it the mic to team 1. Guess? Pass.
Screen print.
No, team 1. Yeah. Okay, team 4. Monopress. No. This is basically before printing happens. What's it? What is the answer? You can tell on the mic. I cannot hear you. Okay, it's a proofreading machine, yeah. Before they want to spell check and do all the corrections, so this is before printing. They print the form.
Pulse print.
Yeah. Yes. I've already put it up. Yeah. It's a proofreading machine. Okay. So team 1, you will get the question. Yeah. Okay. Who is the author of this book? Author and the designer of this book. Again, a famous book, famous typographer. Some people say this is kind of a Bible for typography in a sense. I mean, of course, yes. And generally, I mean, famous book. No idea.
Pass again.
Pass. Okay, team 5. You get a chance if you can make a guess. Yeah, the book name is just, this is the cover of the book. This is the book itself. I've just removed the author's name from the book cover. Okay, team 4, you wanted to know, I think. Yeah, team 4, you can guess. You don't get points, but you can.
It's Paula Scher.
Paula Scher, no. Anybody? Emil Ruder. Emil Ruder is the right answer. Yeah, madam gets the chocolate. Yes. We'll move on to one more set of questions. Again, we'll start with the team 1. Who started this press? Famous press. I'll give you a clue. He started the arts and crafts movement. I can't be very straight than this. In the after the Industrial Revolution, he was kind of rebelling against that Industrial Revolution. And okay, right, let her answer. So who is that person? The Kempscott Press, famous press at that time. Art movements.
William Morris.
Correct answer, William Morris. 10 points. Yeah, she remembered. Very hard. Very good. Yeah. So they printed few books, but they were all of top-notch quality. Yeah. So this is the logo of their Kempscott Press. Okay, team 2, you are a question. This poster was designed by Paula Scher, but she had imitated another great designer with the same design. She just took out and she made an advertisement for the Swatch. Yeah, sir, let them answer. So it is for the students. Okay, a great designer, but yeah. I'll show you the other poster. Pass. I think team 3, you know the answer. You can just make a guess. Any designer, you can just tell. No idea. Anybody can guess?
Apron.
Huh?
Apron.
April, no. It was Herbert Mattar. So he designed. This is the original poster he designed. I think it's in 60s, and that was the new, she just tried to imitate exactly the same way what he designed. Yeah, this was for the Swiss tourism, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so this question is to team 3. Next question. Okay, yeah, have a look at your screen. What are these poems called? There were a certain set of designers who wanted to kind of change the way printing, the design of poems and various things happen. Yeah, so they wanted to be very expressive in nature. Yeah? And he was one of the famous person who initiated this kind of a design compositions. Yeah? So these are 2 examples, yeah? And they termed it certain things. I think they don't know the answer.
I forgot.
Yeah, can you tell me?
It's shape poems.
Shape poems? Yeah. No, there is a proper term for that, actually.
It's concrete poetry.
Concrete poetry, yes. Though it is concrete poetry, but the proper term is calligrams. Yeah, it's their movement when they started. It was actually termed as calligrams, and of course, later on it also was called as the concrete poetry. Yeah, you may not get the chocolate this time. I'm sorry. Yeah, so okay, team 4, your question. Please answer this. It's the team 4's answer. Art movement again. They were all
Dada movement.
Dadaism. This work was
Be nice.
okay. You can give them 5 points, but you have to be specific. Actually, anybody knows specifically which art?
I think it's grunge.
No. Filippo Marinetti. He wrote the manifesto for this art movement. It's futurism. Yeah. But we can give them 5 points, the team 4. Yeah. So it's kind of an overlaps we have. So team 5, your question, I believe. Yeah, so identify the shortcut key. If you are using Adobe InDesign for your page layout and designs, or even Photoshop, I think it's the same thing, or Illustrator. Any Adobe package, the shortcut is the same. Command Shift L. No, let the team answer. Wait. Yes? No idea.
Full screen?
Yes?
Full screen?
It's not. Control L in Adobe Reader is full screen. Not, but it's a Command Shift or Control Shift L. Team 1, the pass will go to team 1 actually. So she gets the opportunity. No, it went like this. If she does not answer, I'll give it to you. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It's to unlock?
No, it's a left alignment. Now, you try it, you can open up the browser or unlock is Control Alt 3 is unlock in Adobe Illustrator. Yeah. This is the last question for the team. Maybe the audience question, till then we'll let Madam calculate the total score. This is for general people. Anybody can answer. What is this printing called? The printed image, rather. It's a mistake while printing happens, because of certain reasons. And these images are typically called as some things. Any idea? They're all called as ghost images. It's called ghost printing. So when it prints twice, so it's called ghost images. Ghost print or rather. One more question for the audience. This should be easy. Okay, team 3 wants to answer it. Yeah? I know it's what does the logo stand for? It's laptops, I know. It's just, you need to, there's a concept behind this logo design. What is that? That is what is asked. Okay, yeah.
Okay, you have the binary.
Okay.
And you have the way for technology or...
It represents analog and digital. Yeah, it's the binary and the analog wave. Yeah, so good. He gets the chocolate, yeah? Yes. Okay. Yes. You can ask Dr. Lina, she'll give you the chocolate. Team 1 at the end of the round 4 will be as 20 points, Team 2 30 points, Team 3 50, Team 4 25, Team 5 50. Team 3 and Team 5 are equal points with 50 points. So this is the last round to win the final quiz. Yeah. So let's see. And this is going to be again a little bit twisting your mind. Yeah. Let's see how good you are in visualizing things and able to make a connections. Yeah. So this is the last round, and you get 2 questions. It's called the rebus. I put it. I hope you know what a rebus is. If you have played rebus, it's very good, and I've also explained. Yeah. So you get 10 points to answer. There is no pass for this one. Yeah. I'll show you an example for all of you. What is this called? Okay, it's similar to that. So I'm going to show you an image, and I want you to know what it is. Yeah, you need to make the word out of it. It can be a person, it can be a term, it can be anything. Yeah. So this is IBM, again designed by famous graphic designer Paul Rand. So now it will be the first question. We'll start with, I think, team 5, because you are having a 50 score. Yeah. So this is going to be the last round. So this is what is going to decide who is going to be the winner. Can you please give it to her to score? Thank you. Okay. Team 5, please look at the score. The screen. What does it mean? Make the connection. Understand what the image is. Figure out. From any which way, it can be a sound, it can be the image, you have to make. I can suggest it's a typeface. Your turn will come, let them answer. It's a typeface. I understand what they say. You have to twist your mind a little bit, figure out. What is the first image? Typically, in perspective, what is it called? I'm giving you so many clues. In perspective drawing, what is this called in terms of the view? I can't be very straight. I can't give you so much clues. Okay, I think it's a pass. Team 1, I think she get a pass. And there's no pass, but I think she wants to answer.
Bird's eye square?
Bird's eye square? No,
Bird's
there's
eye
no
box?
typeface like that. No. Okay, good try. Anybody else who wants to try?
Ariel?
Ariel, yes. Then? Ariel and? Ariel rounded, yeah. So, it's a rounded square. Okay. So, team 4, please look at the screen. You will get the image. Yeah, they get a half chocolate. We can't give a half chocolate, but you can give her a chocolate. Okay, team 4, have a look at the screen. I'll give you a clue. It's again a typeface designed by Maurice Fuller Benton. I hope you know this is a symbol of a god. The right one is a symbol of a god. And just try to figure out. I can't keep giving you clues. It just becomes obvious then. Now, let them answer. You will get your turn. First one is what?
Paper, yani papyrus.
But more than that, probably in a democratic country, what do they do? Huh?
Voting?
Yeah, what is it? There are several terms. Figure out. Make the connection. Just try to guess. What is this God's name? The right side.
Egyptian.
Okay, now I'm going to open it up. We can make a last guess.
It's a gas. Beauty.
Huh?
Beauty.
Beauty. No. Anybody can
I told you it's a
make a guess?
I don't Valentine.
Valentine.
Valentine.
No. Ballantyne. No, it's not the Ballantyne. Anybody can guess it? It's Electra. I know, but you need to think then. Okay.
We have hard ones.
Yeah?
This is very hard. We should get another chance.
That's why I'm giving you the clues. So you should be able to make the connection. So, okay. Team 3. Again, it's a printing technique. The thing. Yeah, you have to be quick. I think we have to make a move.
Is it woodblock?
Woodblock is the correct answer. Yeah, the team gets 10 points. Team 3 gets 10 points. Yeah, woodblock. It's firewood and this is a block. Team 2, your question. We don't have time, so we'll just quickly go. Yeah, another printing term you can say. What is the first one called?
Minus or dash. Hyphen.
Okay, what? Go on. Make the connection. What is the second image? Quick. If you don't know, then I may have to open it up for the rest of the audience. Okay, anybody knows the question? Answer. Huh? Mindstone, no. It's, what is that dash called? There are different types of dashes. One is a hyphen.
Dash, N dash.
N dash. The next one? Engrave. Yeah, so N dash and N, it's a graveyard. Yeah, so engrave. Okay, team one, your question. Okay, this one. It's going to be a little tough, but I'll give you a clue. Brody designed for a famous magazine, and he became, in fact, famous for designing that particular magazine. So the name of that magazine is what? And in that water is what? So it's a typeface. You can just make the connection now. Famous magazine, and the water is, how is the water? Okay, further, go on.
Clear Times.
Clear, but Times, not the Times, not the, is famous magazine. Clear is correct. Clear Face is the correct answer. Clear Face is again the typeface. Yeah, he designed for the Face magazine. He was the art director of Face magazine, and he became famous for that, designing that magazine. Yeah. Clear Face. I think team one gets 10 points. And last 5 questions. That's it. Again, it's going to be a tough question for team 5. Who uses that weapon? I mean, he made it famous. One. Okay. And this is the logo of one great tennis player, legendary tennis player, the greatest. Okay, the first one is, now make the connection. A famous actor, yeah. Bruce Lee and Roger Federer, can you remember any designer with these two connections? Okay, since the time is short, I'm just going to move on. It's Bruce Rogers, yeah, great printer and a designer, yeah. So, team 4, yeah. I'll just quickly move on, that's it. It's going to be last few questions, that's it, then we'll wind up, yeah. Identify this. A famous person, I gave it in the option also. In one of the options, his name was there. Who is the first person whom you... And this is a famous book by Conan Doyle, yeah. Sherlock Holmes, and it has the image of that thing. It's a famous magazine, a famous novel of Sherlock Holmes stories.
Baskerville.
Yeah, John Baskerville. Yeah, it's The Hound of Baskerville. That's the Sherlock Holmes this novel, and then it's Pope John. Team 3.
We got 10 points.
Yes, you get 10 points.
Forgot to.
Yeah. Okay, they get 10 points. John Baskerville. Okay, team 3. Please have a look at the screen. It's going to be quick. Team 3. Just, you don't have time, so quickly think. Yeah. Okay, first one is, it's a typeface. Okay, then this, what are these origin? Yeah? I mean, what are they called? I mean, these people, mostly they are in the South American region. These people are called. Yeah, connect. Which typeface? No idea. Okay, I'm just going to give up the answer. So anybody knows, you can say. It's Palatino. Yeah? Okay. Team 2. Okay, we don't have time, so I'm going to run. Yeah, quickly make the connection. The first one is?
Box, letterbox.
Okay, second one. It's a format of a type design, typefaces. Yeah. Typeface formats. There are different typeface formats. Yeah. So some people develop this format. 5 seconds for you to answer.
Left align.
3, 4, 5. Okay. Typewriter, no. Anybody? Postscript. It's a script writing, actually. It's a script for a film or a movie. It's called the postscript, yeah? So, team 1, your question. Famous type designer. He designed the several typefaces now. The urgency just doesn't come into my mind. He's a designer, famous type designer. Yeah. Who is the first person? Okay, take the first name, and then you can, what is the last one, identity of which company? Famous, expensive vehicle that is. The logo of which company, and then you can make a connection.
Maserati?
Yes?
Is that a Maserati?
No.
It's not, is it?
Anybody can guess? No, that's not the right answer. Yes, Robert. This logo is of which company? It's a Maybach, yeah? So it's Robert Slimback. So, that's it. I think we have one last final question for the audience, then we'll wind up. It's all, and then we'll look at the scores for the final winner. Last two questions, and that is it. It's all end of the game, so end of the quiz. Anybody can answer this one? Okay. The first person is name Jim Morrison. Okay. The second one, geodesic dome, is famous for who designed Buckminster Fuller. Then make the connection. Who is the type designer? The last two. I also mentioned his name just before. Second one is Fuller. Buckminster Fuller's designed the geodesic dome. Okay, I'll give it. Maurice Fuller Benton. Yeah, so Benton on. So the last and final one, if people can say it, it's great. Then yes, Gaudi, Antonio Gaudi. Okay, Gaudi old style. Yeah, so that's the right answer. Okay, so that's the end of the quiz. So thank you so much. Yeah, I know the time was very short and it is a very late hours. I'll just announce the scores, which team has won. Team 3 with 60 points in first place, so they get a first prize. I think the prizes are there. We can just quickly give out the prizes and then we'll move ahead. Maybe Professor Isam is there, so you can just give the prize to the winners. Yeah. Team 3 with the first place with 60 points. I request Professor Isam to kindly give the prize, and then we are done with the program. Oh, thank you so much for playing and scoring as well. Yeah. Yeah, come this side. Yeah, please, quickly, sir, we'll give you the prize. Please give them a big hand. Yeah, it's a round of applause for winning the quiz. The second place, I think this is for the team, so together. So second place is to team 5 with 50 points. You get only one prize.
Yes.
And third.
They are equal. Yes.
Yeah. Quickly come onto the stage and receive your prize for the second position. Yeah. And the third prize goes to team 4 with 35 points. Team 1 and team 2 with 30 points. Yeah, you're just short of 5 points. Yeah, but nevertheless, well played. Team 4 with the third position. With just 5 points, they managed to get the third place. Yeah, so. At least we made it to the podium. Yeah, congratulations. Yes, congratulations. So. Okay, thank you so much, and that's the end of the day. So I'm thankful to the organizers, especially Professor Sam and his team, for giving this opportunity to be here on the stage for this quiz. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have a good night and good evening.
See you tomorrow at 8:30 for breakfast. So kind of you. We have spent a good time. Thank you.